The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 62, The Attack Part 3. If Senri had one shortcoming, it would be the fact that she had never fought alongside others much weaker than herself. The Death Knights typically move in units led by a first-class knight. Until now, Senri had fought beings of darkness with people who were Death Knights much like herself and needless to say, relied on her master Ape's strength. She had reliable seniors like Lufri and Neville, even if they were not as strong as Senri, who are capable of wielding the power of blessing at will and are strong warriors in both body and mind. The next one to fight alongside her had been End. End had been an invalid originally and hence had no experience in combat, nor did he possess any knowledge pertaining to the field. That said, as an undead, he possessed the finest attributes combined with a strong will. Though Senri gets a little frustrated with his occasional carefree attitude, End's circumstances are not something that could be overcome with a weak will. Revived by an evil necromancer, he kept his memories even while under another's control, never uttered a word of complaint after being subject to solar penalty by the Death Knights, not to mention, pushed his limits to endure the bloodlust of a vampire which could drive anybody insane. His victory against Albertus is also rather commendable. Albertus was mighty strong even by Senri's standards, and the former also had experience hunting down undead. Even if he had been reborn as an ancestor, Albertus was still not an opponent a mere lesser vampire could defeat. He is still lacking on-field experience, but once he gains enough of it, End will probably go through metamorphosis. Senri might find herself way in over her head before too long. Compared to them, the mercenaries currently under Senri's command were simply too weak. They probably do go through combat training. And they are also not complete amateurs. They should be able to hold their own against monsters to a certain extent. Even so, they were still not strong enough to fend off beings of darkness. Senri came to realize that when she trusted them to take care of the herd of monsters led by the demon while she took off after said demon that pranced through the night sky. Senri and her team had the upper hand until halfway through the fight. The female demon was rather strong, but in a one-on-one fight, there was no way Senri would lose. As demons and undead may appear alike but are quite different in nature, she could not fill up the demon's body with the positive energy, thereby bringing it to null state and purging it as a result. However, demons are still weak to the power of holy light. Demons can fly in the air, but so can Senri. The demon must have realized that it was at an overwhelming disadvantage after Senri's initial strike and hence fled the scene right away, but Senri gave chase. Senri dominated the fight from the beginning till the end. She was unharmed and the demon was barely evading Senri's consecutive attacks and yet looked completely battered. The flow of the battle was interrupted when the demon used a certain spell in desperation. Demons are well versed in magic. The spell used by the female demon was not of the offensive type. It was the kind of spell that would find its way to people with weak minds. It was charm magic that could put the targets in a hypnotic state and take control of them. It was also something the Death Knights would never fall for. So, Senri had failed to realize how dangerous it could be on normal people. It had been a miscalculation on her part. Magic that attacks the mind does so through people's fear and unrest. A timid mercenary fighting the monsters fell prey to the magic that descended from the sky. He lost the light in his eyes the very next moment, became the demon's pawn and swung his sword at his comrade he had been fighting alongside a few minutes prior. Fear spreads like wildfire. Suddenly being attacked by one's comrade can bring about intense dread even in an experienced mercenary with relatively strong will. The Death Knights who fight against evil take such scenarios into account when they train, but ordinary mercenaries stand no chance against it. Senri could not just stand by and watch them kill each other. She was forced to abandon pursuit and rush to their aid instead. Charm magic cast over a wide range was not all that powerful as far as mind control spells go. The victims could be jolted awake, but in this no-holds-barred fight, they might end up dead before that could be accomplished. Senri needed to bring the comrades back to their own selves, fend off the monsters and defend against the magic that the female demon rained down from above. What mattered was human life. The casualties must be kept at the minimum. If the demon's spells had been too strong for Senri to defend against, she would have reluctantly focused on only attacking the demon even if it led to a few deaths. However, though a bit hard, she could fend off the demon's attacks fairly well. The battle would have seen its end had there been one more comrade who had not fallen for the charm magic. The battle dragged on. The demon did not choose to withdraw. However, it was still Senri's side that had the upper hand. The power of mind control spells wanes the more times it is cast. If the herd of monsters led by the demon was wiped out, Senri would be able to focus on annihilating the demon. And it was at that moment that she heard a wolf howl in the distance. It was no ordinary wolf. Senri had heard that call a lot in her time with the Death Knights to know that it was from something evil. There is a peculiarity to a werewolf's howl. Senri paled, while the demon that had not relented in its attacks despite being in pain looked really taken aback. Whatever happened? The demon that showed no signs of retreating just a while ago, flew higher into the sky. However, Senri could not give chase. The herd that had been fairly thinned out attacked them all at once. By the time they somehow managed to cull the herd, the demon was nowhere to be seen, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. Upon returning to the site of the camp, Senri was greeted by a scene of disaster. Several corpses of mercenaries were strewn about which made the place reek of blood, and standing around was a pale and shivering merchant group. Werewolves are strong. They are born from the curse of the king of beasts and are considered part of the demon race. A werewolf is probably even stronger than the female demon from earlier in terms of pure combat ability. If it had hid itself among the group, then surely the number of casualties could not be this low. The enemy was not in sight. Nor was Baron. End. Senri's expression did not alter as she accepted the fact that the worst-case scenario must have unfolded. That call from the werewolf was a signal to retreat. Senri left End behind at the camp not just because he had little to no combat ability in his dog form but also to protect the camp should the need arise. There is such a thing as compatibility between beings of darkness. If the opponent were a werewolf, then a vampire would be overwhelmingly higher in rank. As part of the demon race, werewolves are much lower in rank than vampires. The fur of a werewolf that is impervious to anything but weapons made of silver, is still vulnerable to attacks from a vampire. That is the nature of the curse. Werewolves were beings created to serve the vampires. There are ranks even among werewolves. However, the fact that the opponent chose to retreat, must only mean one thing. It implied that End must have been forced to make a difficult decision. The men who returned with Senri rushed to their people. Since she defended as much as she fought, there were no wounded or dead in the team she had led. Why, you did well returning in one piece. However, things have taken a dire turn. Miss Senri, your dog, is no ordinary animal. You were being deceived. Your dog was a vampire. It had snuck into our group. If a vampire had really appeared here, then the casualties would have been way higher. And no. Turns out Oliver was a werewolf. Those two faced off against each other. Shit, why did we have to go through all this? Vampires were infamous for hiding in human settlements, coming out to hunt every night, feasting on humans and killing them. Even if no one witnessed the vampire hurt anyone, its very existence was enough to strike fear in the heart of humans. That is the typical perception. It was Senri's perception that was uncommon. And she was well aware of that. Had Baron not been there, all of these people would have perished, and yet they have completely forgotten about it. She bit down on her lip. But she could not open her mouth to protest. She peered at Katerina. Baron was really popular, but that girl cared for him most. However, she found her trembling and weeping, with her face buried in her mother's bosom. There were all kinds of looks directed Senri's way. However, the most intense were ones of a reproachful nature. I suppose it cannot be helped as they were under the assumption that she had not realized Baron's real identity despite being an ex-Death Knight. They had been taken over by fear and were not in their right minds. Senri was used to such treatment. However, it did not seem like they doubted her. There seemed to be no one who suspected her of being in cahoots with the vampire. And must have said something. That young man had grown accustomed to such dangerous situations and had also gotten used to being treated with hostility. However accustomed he may be, all right with it he was not. Did Baron leave a message for me? Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. Ah, what a turn of events. Oliver Arbor felt smaller than ever. Next to him was the personification of darkness whose mere presence could make people tremble in fear, walking alongside nonchalantly. This was supposed to be an easy task. Oliver had a family. The camouflage ability of werewolves could be considered perfect as flowing water has no effect on them and they are not undead. Their combat abilities are far superior to an ordinary mercenary. Even for a huge merchant group, the strength of the mercenaries guarding them should still not amount to much. Third rank. Oliver, who was an elite even among the werewolves, could only be stopped with power and not numbers. When he learned that an ex-Death Knight had joined them, he considered it bad luck. But to think that a vampire had also been in their midst could only be described as true misfortune. Moreover, it was a special monster even among vampires. Few in existence and one with special abilities called Ancestor. Typically, they are beings that live in a castle in a desolate place, with countless monsters under their command and lead the life of a ruler. The moment he realized the truth, everything disappeared. The will to fight, the exhilaration derived from slaughtering humans, just about everything vanished, and at that moment, Oliver realized that nothing had changed from the time when he was under another's control. Werewolves have animal instincts. They are resistant to all kinds of injuries and even when faced with a demon of a higher rank they would not easily lose their will to fight. However, that is only if the opponent was not a vampire. Werewolves serve vampires. All the werewolves were created by vampires and are thus unable to go against their word. Oliver's master was not an ancestor but a powerful vampire as the descendant of a once well-known ancestor called the King of the Beasts, and had inherited a portion of the ancestor's power. Absolute obedience is not included in the werewolf genesis curse. To the kings of the night, werewolves are not objects worthy of fear. Vampires feel entitled and are more than happy to carve fear into the hearts of the werewolves that they created with their own hands. Vampires torment their subordinates that grow impudent due to their newly attained beastly strength, treat their souls with contempt and make sure they never defy their command. This in itself could be considered a kind of a curse. The kind of curse that would never be broken even if the caster were to die in any way. The one who turned Oliver into a werewolf was no more. His master, who was supposed to be all-powerful and had absolute control over him, fought another vampire, a rare existence, an ancestor, was met with defeat and easily turned to dust. And thus, Oliver Arbor was set free. However, the proof of an attendant carved into him had not disappeared even after more than a decade and despite having gained a new master in the name of Raynal. The reason that Ancestor chose to not have Oliver under his control was because he saw him as nothing more than trash whose life was not worth taking or having under his command. He laughed scornfully at Oliver on the ground, whose legs had given out from fear and walked past him nonchalantly. The King of the Night walking next to me looked much younger than my previous master. However, there is nothing more unreliable than guessing the age of a vampire from its appearance. The ability to transform into a dog that I caught a glimpse of earlier is no doubt not an ability that a vampire is born with. It could be taken as him having inherited the ability from a different ancestor. However, if that were true, he could not possess a ghoul's ability of sharp claw. The Demon King, Raynal, is certainly a demon far more powerful than a vampire. However, for Oliver, for werewolves, their true master is the vampire. Though Oliver was not aware of the truth behind how N gained the new ability to transform into a dog, even though vampires are naturally capable of transforming into wolves, the one thing he knew was that he could not dream of defying him. Lord End, if it's alright with you, could you please tell me why you were a part of that sort of a group of human merchants? And why should I answer you, Oliver? The subdued anger in his voice sent shivers down Oliver's spine and made his tail stand on end. He was on his knees before he knew it. In the middle of vast nothing, he was prostrated. It was an impudent question. Please forgive me. I had to go through so much trouble because of you. My plan was to stick with them until we got to Romberg. Moreover, you made my white fur, my pride, filthy. I was totally toying with you though. That's. I had taken great pains to disguise myself as there was nothing more adorable than that dog. But now, I would be caught at the checkpoint. I naturally didn't intend to stay with them for long, but my plans have now been ruined. I will need you to provide compensation. Oh, of course, my lord. Oliver did not know what grand, fearful schemes End was planning. Neither did he wish to know. All he could do was get on his knees and pray for mercy. His demon comrade, Monica. She was also Raynol's subordinate like him, and her scent was drawing near. Oliver simply waited for the storm to pass by. Sullivan, this chapter is really close to the length of 2 chapters. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 63, Demons. Feeding is an ability much like the abilities a ghoul possesses, such as Sharp Claw and Sharp Fang. Though lesser vampires do not possess what makes vampires the powerful demons they are, the ability of feeding is something a few among them are capable of using. There is a scent in the air. A sickeningly sweet scent. Vampires do drink blood, but not just the blood of any human. They can distinguish between whose blood can and cannot be consumed. That is probably another one of their abilities. Perhaps with enough experience, they can even discern the health condition of their prey. Actually, with my senses having become acute, I can vaguely understand others' emotions through their scent. So, anything is plausible. I am in a pinch right now. I have had to leave the merchant group because of Oliver. However, by no means is it the end of the world. What would be the end is if Senri abandons me and I end up having to fight her. My life is still hanging by a thread. I had not foreseen that Oliver would completely admit defeat. When even a girl like Albertus was hellbent on driving me to a corner, would anyone ever imagine that Oliver, who was obviously much older and a fully grown adult, would easily submit simply because I showed my true self? Thanks to that, I have an enemy in the name of the merchant group. Though I am aware of the whole story behind how werewolves are created, there might be more to it than I imagined. And I also may have had a more naive view of what it means to be a vampire. The only thing that could scare a monster that tore mercenaries to pieces as if they were no more than sheets of paper is an even stronger monster. Oliver had certainly shriveled up. His prickled fur and gigantic body had figuratively shrunk, and he had his ear cocked, watching my every move. Even I should be able to easily kill him as he is now. There was a demon standing before me. A demon with a female body. Her clothing was black, basically an ensemble of only unmentionables, and she had a huge pair of wings on her back. A twisted horn adorned her head. She had curves unlike Senri. Her overexposed body was voluptuous and lascivious, along with refined features. I would probably have gaped open-mouthed had I been human. However, what concerns me now is someone's blood and not their appearance. The comrade that Oliver had summoned, a demon by the name of Monica Ultivia, emanated a strong sweet scent akin to a spoiled fruit. I had not realized it back then when she had disguised herself as a human, but it seems transformation enables one to alter their scent as well. Monica's reaction upon laying eyes on me was much the same as Oliver's. And after hearing about me being an ancestor from Oliver, her expression warped further. Senri taught me a lot about the undead along our journey, but it looks like the information may have been rather subjective. Well, it is not so surprising, as the viewpoint of Death Knights whose purpose in life is to hunt down vampires and ancestors must be quite different from a layperson. Ancestor? Impossible. Why, here of all places? I had the same thought. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine for someone to get in my way in such a remote area. Demons are monsters that often appear in legends and fairy tales. Quite different from vampires, they corrupt and incite humans and are bitter enemies of God. They are more muscular than humans as a whole, have an array of evil spells under their command, and are certain to be the mastermind behind the scenes in situations such huge wars or gruesome incidents. I do not know much about their combat abilities. And of course, this is my first time seeing one in the flesh. However, if Monica is primarily a magic user, then I should have the upper hand in a fight between us. She did not appear to be as afraid of me as Oliver, but I did catch a glimpse of dread on her face. Generally speaking, I should be the stronger one here. Monica was battered and bruised. However, the fact that she could get away with light injuries after clashing with Senri is ample proof of her having stood her ground. Should I kill them? Well, it does not really warrant consideration. I should kill them. Monica and Oliver are not really my enemies, but they are Senri's. And it goes without saying that Senri's enemies are my enemies as well. I left the merchant group and did my best to throw suspicion away from Senri. Knowing her, it is least likely that she will chase after me, but neither can we meet up that easily. There is also my resentment towards these monsters for killing the mercenaries who fed me beef jerky. I should be able to kill them now. I can strangle Monica to death and gouge out the heart of Oliver, who cannot seem to exhibit his full strength due to some kind of trauma. Maybe she could sense my thoughts, for Monica drew back a step. Oliver was still pathetically quivering in his boots. However, at the same time, what comes after, was a thought that crossed my mind. I am a monster. I do not have the tiniest of intentions to betray Senri, but an undead would benefit more by being on Oliver's side if anything. I may possess superhuman abilities, but I am incredibly weak to sunlight. I need a base. Romberg is not an option anymore. It is the first line of defense against the Demon King, so they are sure to be completely protected against vampires as well. I may have been able to sneak into the city in the form of a dog, but news of a vampire capable of transforming into a fluffy, cute, little dog with a long white fur coat must have already spread everywhere. I need to make a decision. Before the sun rises. Kill or keep alive to make use of them. Naturally, I would need to kill them someday even if I choose the latter, but I need to make the best choice that would guarantee my survival. The cloak I blindly grabbed on my way out was terribly ill-fitting. I am not armed either. Monica knelt before me, as a knight would before a king. She tucked in her wings and uttered in a trembling albeit dignified voice. Your Highness, pardon me. I never knew that a king would be a part of the merchant group, please allow me to apologize. That said, from here on out, that is, between here and Romberg is our king, Lord Raynol's territory. Generally we wouldn't let anyone in, but I would like to humbly invite you by way of an apology. What? You would really invite me? Even though I am still just a lesser vampire? Romberg does kindle my curiosity, but this is the Demon King we are talking about. A being I had best not make an enemy out if I wish to survive. Although I do feel uneasy to be away from Senri for too long, I fully believe in her. I am sure she feels the same way. Though we are currently engaged in battle, our victory is certain. I'm sure Lord Raynal would also be pleased to meet you, as there is no king of the night among his sworn friends. You would also provide me with blood? Oh, of course, yes. Be it 100 or 200 humans, we can make the necessary preparations. We have more than enough prisoners at our disposal. Any number of them could be given to your Highness. Oliver answered fervently, as he jumped to his feet, with drool dripping from his mouth. His breath came out in puffs and he reeked like a beast. I spotted a fiery tongue inside the mouth that opened wide enough to chow down on my head. I do not need 100 or 200 humans. I'm a gourmet, Oliver. Delicious blood was supposed to come into my possession. The merchant group is huge after all. I am sure your expectations will be met. But they are prisoners, aren't they? Prisoners are usually not in their best of conditions. They cannot be malnourished. Nor can they be under stress. It has to be a woman. And a virgin. Also young. Even better if it is a death knight. Though I doubt anyone would taste better than Senri. I licked my lips. It has been a few days since I last fed. Let's see, how about I start with you then, Monica? I've never had the blood of a demon before. Hearing me, Monica, who was kneeling until then, looked completely taken aback, let out a low scream and began to tremble. Monica smells simply too sweet. Her scent feels 100 times more concentrated than Senri's, akin to an overripe, spoiled fruit. That said, I doubt there should be any problem with me drinking her blood. I am a vampire after all, and taste aside, it should not really result in indigestion. Monica replied, still quivering. Pardon me, but that would be impossible, as I'm not human. I'm a demon. My blood is cursed in a different way from the blood of your highness. Apparently, vampires cannot feed on demons. Maybe the hint of decomposition in the scent is the reason. However, I smiled. Curses. I'm terribly fond of them. My ability as an ancestor pertains to that field, so curses don't affect me. It's not as if there's garlic mixed in with your blood. Please, have mercy on me. Monica bowed so far, her head almost touched the ground. Looks like she really is against it. Considering how vampires are known for draining all the blood from their victims thereby killing them, her reaction makes sense. Well, Senri was also unsure as to what could happen to me if I were to absorb multiple curses, so I suppose I will let it pass for now. This is certainly a risky choice. However, it appears Oliver and Monica really do not doubt that I was no more than a pet to Senri. If I play this right, I might be able to make my way out of this pinch. I nodded as regally as a king would. Well, have it your way. It's not my intention to make an enemy out of the Demon King either. I'll have you guide me to him before sunrise then. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 64, Base. I enjoyed floating in midair while being held by Monica. Demons can still fly fast even while carrying another person, and the flight wasn't very shaky either, so I felt very comfortable. In addition, they can hold the same flight speed for a long time. Monica's mobility might be the reason she was chosen from Demon King Raynol's army to attack the caravan. Oliver was following us on ground in his werewolf form, leaving behind a cloud of dust. Evidently, he was much faster than Monica, who was flying in the air. If we're talking about pure physical abilities, he's stronger than me, and on top of that, he doesn't have to worry about the sunlight. This world is truly unfair. My deepest apologies for treating you like this. We, how to say this, aren't affected by the sunlight. Returning in such a hurry must have been out of their plans. I could detect a hint of fear in her voice, but I simply nodded magnanimously. No, it's not as bad as you might think. Flying while being held is a fresh experience for me. I was always the one who held others, and the process itself was closer to jumping than flying. The slightly cool night breeze felt nice. Wasteland illuminated by the moonlight looked somehow lonely, yet very beautiful. It might not be a bad idea to travel around the world if I can escape from Ape's clutches. I'd go sightseeing at beautiful places. While holding me close, Monica continued flying. She timidly spoke up. To reach our camp before dawn, we will have to either cross the big river or fly over Romberg. Are there any problems with that? Romberg's barrier is quite strong, so, even if Oliver uses a different route, the moment we pass the sky while defenseless, we will be attacked. We would be the perfect targets for tracking magic. Now that wouldn't be very good. I might have wanted to see Romberg, however I don't fancy being under attack. Magical attacks don't work on me, but Monica is different. I wonder if taking the form of a dog could save us from being attacked. The reason she didn't mention the option of crossing the river first was because she was looking out for me. We can cross the river. The flowing water is certainly scary, but at least we won't have to meaninglessly make an enemy out of a whole city. It's fine, I already crossed the river before I came here. Also, I'm fine with sunlight, if it's just a bit. I could even endure execution by sunlight. Now that I'm full of power, I can withstand sunlight for a couple of hours, unless it's very strong. Monica swayed as if shocked by my words, her altitude greatly fluctuating. And, after hurriedly restoring her position, she said with a trembling voice. I'm terribly sorry, my liege. What could her reaction mean? I doubted her for a second, but when you think about it calmly, not a lot of vampires can withstand sunlight. I can bear with it a little only because I'm still a lesser vampire and my curse is still weak. Even a little morning sunlight would be enough to seriously wound any other ordinary vampire. Is this your first time seeing a vampire that can withstand the sunlight? We rarely get the honor of seeing the king of the night in the first place. Looks like they are quite rare. Now that I think about it, there weren't any vampires among the Lord's subordinates either. Well, it might sound strange coming from me, but vampires are full of weaknesses, after all. Well, there would be no need to even side with any demon king if one had as much power as the king of the night. Monica's tone was serious, contrary to her lascivious appearance. Another vampire, huh? I'm sure we wouldn't be able to get along. If I got close to other vampires, Senri would definitely catch their eye sooner or later. Even I have the feeling of possessiveness. It's unthinkable for me to share her blood with another vampire. After a while, I saw something huge and black. Light blinked from time to time. Monica soared higher, significantly increasing her altitude. And, the scenery opening up before my eyes left me speechless. It was a wall. This man-made structure seemed to almost cut through the wasteland and continue to the end of the horizon. Lights were flickering everywhere on the wall. I had never seen anything like this before. As I looked down upon bean-sized humans busily moving around, I felt like I had become a higher being. My heart throbbed. I want to go there. I want to see it nearby, I want to go sightseeing. The only thing that lasted long was the wall and I couldn't see anything resembling a town. Perhaps noticing the change in my demeanor, Monica started explaining. This is the Great Wall of the abominable Lomberg. It was originally created for the turf war of humans, but today it only remains as the fortress that hinders our troops. I can't see a town. The city is further west, near the Berg River that's known for its strong currents. However, please rest assured, if we move away slightly, we will be able to cross the river without being seen by anybody. The fort is different from any other city I have seen. It's somewhat futuristic. I'm really frustrated. I'm sure the city would be full of things I had never seen before. Hey, Monica, can't we look around the city? You can take on a human's form, right? At that time she was wearing proper clothes, unlike her erotic appearance right now. Well, how I can sneak in is a different matter, but the caravan shouldn't have reached the city yet, so maybe if I can use my dog form. Monica returned a troubled reply to the question I asked excitedly. That's my deepest apologies. That city has the perfect countermeasure against vampires and they are extremely vigilant towards visitors that arrive at night. What a pity. I wanted to see the city. If not for Monica and Oliver, I could go sightseeing with Senri. Now, as for how to convince the caravan, is it too late to start over? As I was on the brink of seriously changing my mind, Monica hurriedly added. However, our base is not any worse either. I am sure you will enjoy it more than any human city. I was enjoying living as a dog too. Lord End, you are, quite unique. I might have attained a body that can move freely, but things still don't quite go my way. I sighed lightly and saw off the lights that were gradually becoming more distant with painful reluctance, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. We crossed the broad Berg River, which had a rapid stream that you could say even came from the sky, which also cut across the wasteland. The sky gradually brightened and the sun bore its head from beyond the horizon. My body started tingling, but I didn't pay it any mind. The scenery changed completely from a moment ago. Monica flew straight towards a big mountain range. But it wasn't just a mountain. A huge base, big enough to be clearly visible even from a distance, was built on the mountainside. Crudely made buildings seemed to have been added repeatedly without much thought, and the stench of blood, flesh and iron tainted the drifting wind. Dawn hadn't fully arrived yet, but there were still fires lit, and even looking from above, it was noticeable that a group of clearly non-human beings were shouting creepily. Some of them seemed to have noticed Monica and howled in greeting. As you may know, Demon King Raynal is also known as Lion King. Intelligent beasts make up most of his subordinates. I felt thrilled. While this might be a place that doesn't suit my keen senses, I feel excited as if I have wandered into a mythical world. Even the stench that would have definitely made me cringe as a human doesn't bother me right now. This could be considered to be characteristic for vampires. I would definitely love to look around if it's safe. That over there is Lord Raynal's castle. It was built only as a temporary residence before Romberg had been conquered, however. Monica pointed at a magnificent castle that was far too different from the crude city below. The castle, built by cutting through part of the mountain and making use of nature, was majestic in a different sense than Romberg. If the Lion King signifies the King of Lions, this castle is perfect for him. Just as I was looking around with sparkling eyes like a country bumpkin, Monica spoke up. However, the sun will rise soon. Although it might not be worthy of your presence, please wait for a short while at my house. I have to report the good news to Lord Raynal. Yeah, I know. I'll be quiet. If most of Raynal's subordinates are beasts, wouldn't I be able to move around freely in my beast form? Monica looked at me full of worry, while I was happily lost in my thoughts. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 65, The Demon King. A king of the night, an ancestor, you say? Yes. There's no doubt, as Oliver has a keen sense for sniffing out vampires. There exists a being called the Demon King. It is a title given by the weakest and most populous under the sun, the humans, to a being that rules over enemies of mankind. There have been many different kinds of demon kings. Intelligent beasts as well as dragons. Or even what was once human. Most of the magical beasts live in a world where only the strong can survive. As long as one is strong, it is not all that hard to subdue monsters that display hostility towards mankind. Raynal, who Monica was prostrated before, is also such an existence. He used his strength alone to expand his influence, and before long, he had attained the title of Demon King. His hoarse voice had the power to make anyone shrivel up. Perhaps the reason Monica felt his presence oppressing, despite being on her knees and not even seeing him in the eye, was because she was afraid of him. Rumors say, the blood of a famous, magnificent and ancient dragon flows through his veins. The Demon King, Raynal, grunted as Monica silently knelt with her head almost touching the ground and said in an exasperated tone. That damn Oliver, strong he may be, but knows no pride. Vampires are the personification of fear to werewolves. Since the King of the Night from ancient times is third in rank after the King of Beasts, they can be considered quite strong. Dare I say Oliver's reaction was only natural. Vampires are capable of turning the ones they feed on, who are called progenies, but that ability does not seem to be passed on in its full effect down the generations. The curse gradually grows weaker with every generation. Basically the ones turned are less powerful than their master. Rank 3 means a third-generation descendant of a rank 0 ancestor. The one who turned Oliver was the progeny of the progeny of the progeny of the king of beasts. Though a rank 3, the origin of their power was a once well-known king of beasts, so they must have had unparalleled strength. Raynal snorted as if he was disinterested in Monica's statement. So, is this man strong? Forgive me, Lord Raynal, but there is no such thing as a weak vampire. Though he seems a little peculiar, it would put a crimp in our plans for us to become opponents. He could help in conquering Rombert if we make him an ally. Vampires have too many weaknesses. Those weaknesses are nothing but the flip side of the powerful curse. As abominable as it may be, vampires live in contradiction to the law of life. You are well aware of Oliver's strength, my liege. Raynal laughed for the first time. His deep voice reverberated in the dimly lit fortress. Kakik, he didn't die despite being torn to pieces. That was enough to take even me by surprise. Vampires, and the strong point of undead in general, is something that cannot be found in other beings. That is their ability to regenerate. The undead are not living beings. It is no ordinary feat to kill them simply with force. Oliver has inherited only a portion of the regenerative ability. And what if he were to come face to face with a genuine vampire that possesses powers beyond regeneration and other numerous powerful abilities? Hot breath blew over Monica's head. I welcome anybody strong with open arms. But, you should know the rules here. I understand your thinking, but I don't intend to bend those rules for anybody, even if they may be a king of the night. My followers will not stand for it. Nor will I. As you command. The king's will must be established. However, what kind of effect will all of this have on a vampire, in a world where power reigns supreme and the strong make the rules? Monica Ultivia could not help but feel ill at ease. Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. Vampires do not sleep. As to whether they can or cannot sleep, they can, but they just do not need to. Actually, I was awake the whole time Senri kept me in the carry case. I might hit my limit if I go for several days without sleep, but that has not happened so far. I had made the decision to not sleep behind enemy lines. Naturally, I do not intend to escape from here on the very first day. I closed my eyes and patiently waited for Monica to return. Monica's place was close to the fortress. Unlike easy-to-set-up fixtures like tents that I was used to, these dwellings were proper ones made of bricks. The house even had a separate bedroom and living room. There were no windows, but that only meant that no sunlight would seep in if the door were properly secured. Though a lot more modest than a room at an inn in town, it felt rather comfortable. Hierarchy probably exists in the Demon King's army. The closer you get to the fortress, the fancier the dwellings become. Going by that, Monica must be quite higher up the ladder. The sun went down again. I awaited her with my eyes closed, when I sensed her scent drawing near. The sound of the door opening. The presence entered the house. Monica casually climbed into bed and rolled over to me as I lay with my eyes closed. She lay still for a while but eventually put down whatever she was carrying on the floor. She did not seem to want to attack me. Well, if she really intended to kill me, she would try to do so during the day. Although her actions were within expectations, I still felt a little relieved. I rubbed my eyes as I got up. Did you wake up just now, Lord End? Yeah. It wasn't a bad sleep. It would have been perfect if I could have had Senri's blood. Monica pointed to what she brought and spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. It's nothing too grand, but I brought you some clothes. I couldn't bring you any armor or helmet as I wasn't sure of your size. Ah, that's all right. I'm not really particular about my clothes and I'm built pretty tough. Not to mention they're all gonna come off when I transform. I was always in the nude in my dog form, so I was starting to grow accustomed to it, but that was scary in a sense, as I was so close to losing something important as a human. The clothes she brought were smooth to the touch and made of fine material. There was even underwear. After putting on a black shirt that fit me perfectly and a pair of pants, I finally felt human. A rudimentary question popped up in my head, so I voiced it. Does anyone in this army wear clothes? Almost none. Those garments were pilfered from a human settlement. Protective gear like armor or helm are more in demand, but there aren't many that could fit into them. Since clothing is the most blasé thing ever, we have a mountain full of those. They are being used as fuel, but firewood lasts much longer, so. Well, I guess beasts would not feel the need to cover up. The members of the army I spotted while being carried by Monica were mostly of the beast type. There were also bipeds, but I doubt even they wear clothes. Well, it's nice that I get to look smart. A plus point of having a human form. Monica grinned for a second, but soon her expression turned serious. I was tasked to relay Lord Raynol's intention for you to pay him a visit, and I also got you the approval to take a look around. Also, there aren't a lot of humanoids in this army. The unshakable rule we live by is the survival of the fittest. All of us are rather bloodthirsty, so you might find yourself entangled in something sooner or later. Well, it is true that I do not really exude strength at a glance. I grew a little muscle when I evolved into a lesser vampire, but it is still pretty modest compared to anybody belonging to the beast race. However, this is still better than my dog form, in which I look a little too adorable. I would like to avoid getting in trouble, to be honest. I do consider myself to be fairly strong, but that does not mean I like being in fights. Not to mention, the soldiers in this army are probably all best of the best. There's nothing that can be done to prevent trouble. It's difficult to get everyone to comply. For anybody to gain anything in this army, they need to win it with their own hands. Everybody in the army was chosen for their strength, even the top brass, except for outliers like me. What a terrifying place. I cannot conceive of this as a human society. I guess it is not one. I am just a peace-loving vampire, who is totally content as long as he is fed a bit of blood. I grimaced, and Monica spoke with a determined tone. On that note, I'm ashamed to request this of you, but if possible, could you please refrain from killing any who might attack you? What? They won't really come at you with intent to kill. I kindly beg you to consider my request. I stood a little dazed, and Monica once again bowed deeply. Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. The fortified city, Romberg, was filled with an air of exaltation and anxiety that is often the atmosphere during wartime. Romberg was originally built to prevent invasion from the north. Therefore, a better part of its population was composed of soldiers and people involved in military affairs. After somehow managing to lead the merchant group safely into town, exchanging information for a whole day, Senri was finally set free. Living up to the name of a fortified town, its defenses were impeccable. The whole town was surrounded by a solid wall with water flowing here and there as part of anti-vampire measures. I was afraid that something would happen on the way, but I'm really grateful for all your help this time. If possible, I'd like to request you to continue to assist us, Senri. The current leader of the merchant group, Laurel, bowed deeply. He looked worn out and appeared to have aged several years since the first time Senri met him. That said, maybe having delivered the goods safely had set him at ease, for his face looked a bit brighter. I'm sorry, but I have things to do. I need to meet up with End one way or another. In the end, they never doubted Senri. A dog capable of transforming into a human is quite uncommon, and it may have been a mistake for him to travel along with this group, but it was also thanks to that they were saved. If they were to condemn her for bringing him into the group, then they would also need to address the fact that they attracted a werewolf to join their ranks. The fact that Baron did not kill anyone must have also worked in his favor. Although they seemed to be of the opinion that it was possible only because Senri had kept a watchful eye on him, the reason behind the deaths was abundantly clear. Senri tried to steer the conversation towards Baron several times, but the information exchange ended with him never being brought up. From the view of the general populace, forces of darkness are enemies of mankind. And they are right to think so. Even Senri had slaughtered countless vampires up until now, but all of them had been genuine threats to mankind that gleefully attacked humans. End is simply a miraculous outlier. So Senri could not carelessly allude to the fact that End had contained himself only because he obeyed her will, as that might lead to a misconception and result in more victims down the line. It was rather unfortunate that End had to break away, but it was the right choice. Katerina, who treated Baron with much fondness, called out nervously. She was the daughter of a merchant and a few years younger than Senri. "Miss Senri, are you going to look for Baron?" "Yes." "To kill him?" Katerina had tears in her eyes. Looks like she really loved Baron and those feelings had returned to her. She might not be aware of the threat vampires pose. Senri looked her full in the eye. "For now, I'll restrain him. Vampires don't really transform into white dogs, and though we traveled for a long time, he didn't really feed on anyone. Perhaps that werewolf was mistaken. Baron is just a relatively friendly beast." Senri had to add to it. She put on a grim expression. "I am sure End will forgive me for saying this. Vampires are basically terrifying creatures. They are the enemy of mankind. The Death Knight simply possessed the right abilities to fight them, but in general, not even 100 ordinary humans are a match for them. Don't ever forget that. End is strong. I doubt he would lose to that werewolf. He is yet to go through the next stage in evolution, but he is already a monster in his own right. His physical abilities are already on par with that of a vampire's, and he also possesses abilities vampires do not usually possess. Everything is decided by affinity. And it was lacking until now. End will probably soon find out just how dangerous a vampire is in a situation where its weaknesses cannot be exploited. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 66, Demon King's Army. While I was looking around the base of Demon King Raynol's army, I realized why such weak creatures as humans could prevail in a world swarming with mythical and magical beasts. The physique of the beasts might be suited for hunting, but it's not fit for building civilization. And they take up a lot of space since they walk on all fours. There might be individual differences in their reproductive capabilities, but even if they're as intelligent as humans, increasing their numbers would probably not be very easy. Some of them might be able to use magic, but magic can only do work crudely and won't be a good substitute for dexterous hands. There are a great variety of beasts in Demon King Raynol's army. But while I was guided around the base by Monica, I was able to see the hierarchy within the army. Basically, the bipedal magical beasts are more intelligent. I have heard that the more powerful a demon is, the closer it is to resembling a human. The further we were from the castle and closer to the foot of the mountain, the more beasts there were. The closer we were to the castle, the more we would see bipedal beasts. Still, all the different species in the army didn't seem to be of one mind, so the atmosphere seemed uncomfortable. I'm sure some of those beasts were enemies before joining the army. What a truly fearsome person, to be able to control so many beasts, he is indeed deserving of his Demon King title. And Monica Ultivia seemed to be in a respectable position even within Demon King Raynol's army. From what I know, demons are powerful apparitions. I could already make some inference from the fact that she had been left with the mission to cut off the human supply route and could directly talk with the Demon King, but her face was also well recognized amongst the lower members of the army. Monica has a very charming appearance, though I'm not exactly sure if those of the different species can also recognize that, but the gazes drawn to her were more filled with awe. She's most likely not a soldier at least. You must have a high position. It is because demons and magical beasts have vastly different abilities. It's not as powerful as the fascinate eye of the King of the Night, but it is enough to manipulate targets on a wide range. I guess that's common knowledge here. Monica's words were said casually. From the looks of it, demons truly excel at tempting humans. And vampires also have similar legends. I don't know when I'll be able to use this ability, but apparently, vampires who have lived long, can make people spellbound just by looking them in the eyes. Not like it could work on Senri anyway though. Did you perhaps use that ability on me? Right now, I'm a little excited at this unknown new situation, but usually, I'm much more cautious. My question bewildered Monica. You must be joking. There is no way charm could work on a vampire. Seems like it won't be effective on me. Well, I wanted to see the world even before I died anyway. In Reynolds' army, everything seemed to be made viable via plundering. The supplies obtained by attacking human villages were distributed in order of strength. Is this what the true meritocracy looks like? Lower layer, at the bottom of the base, everybody was doing whatever they wanted. This confined encampment full of blood, flesh, screams and roars was like hell on earth. They are probably eagerly waiting for when they get to fight. According to Monica, there technically was a commanding officer here, but I couldn't really tell the difference. Generally, those with the most scars had the highest chance to be the squad leaders. That part is similar to humans, said Monica, while I could only nod in agreement. The upper layer was in a better state than the lower layer. I started seeing more humanoids like ogres and beastmen, and the density of population there wasn't so high either. Some of them were looking at Monica lustfully. Looks like the beasts and ogres have the same aesthetical senses as humans. Now that I think about it, ogres and demons kidnapping beauties is a staple in fairy tales. There was a sturdy stone building at one part of the upper layer, at the side of the castle. Monica pointed at it. That is a treasure storage. Where the loot goes is all decided through battle. Everything from stolen weapons and armor, to alcohol and meat and human prisoners, even the ranks within the same race, everything is decided by fighting. It's a system where the strong get everything. What about money? Human currency is meaningless in the army. The soldiers of the lower layer hold no interest in it. It is technically used for exchange by the members of the higher layer though. Is that how you get these clothes too? Human clothes are not popular, so there is no scramble for them. I see, culture sure differs from place to place. They are undoubtedly the enemies of mankind. Their livelihood depends on plundering, so reaching the understanding between the two races might not be that easy. Besides, they are going to such lengths to oppose humans, so the Demon King's side probably has their own emotional reasons too. However, perhaps because I'm already an enemy of humanity, I don't feel aversion towards them. There is not much I can do on my own here anyway. I feel similar to when I felt fine despite seeing a corpse for the first time. While I was looking around with the mood as if I was on a picnic, a low voice suddenly called out from behind. Monica, what's with that guy? It was a voice that was hard on ears, clearly not made with human vocal cords. Standing behind us was a giant man I had to crank my neck to look up at. No, to be exact, it was probably a man. I can't tell the gender of humanoids. He's probably 3 meters tall. His skin is covered with black scales and he has golden eyes like those of reptiles. His arms are robust and several times thicker than mine. He's almost fully naked except for the straw skirt around his waist. Perhaps he is more skillful than he looks, as he is carrying a trident on his back. I could see his narrow tongue within the gaps between his fangs. He's probably a lizard man. It's one of the humanoid species opposing mankind, known for their ferocity and their superb physical abilities. It's my first time seeing one. Selzard, this person is Lord N. Baron, the honored guest of Lord Raynal. A honored guest? Who, a human? Is he the kin of that bastard Oliver Arbor? Or is he your slave? Is he a snitch from Romberg? He was clearly insulting me. His sharp gaze held strong bloodlust. He was also accompanied by several smaller lizard men behind him. Lizard men are generally classified as monsters. It's because their culture is far too different from humans. They're omnivorous, but they also eat humans. On top of being ferocious, they can also use tools to some extent, but since their forging is not very advanced, they attack human villages and towns for human tools. On the contrary, I have heard that because they like to settle down near beautiful rivers or swamps where precious plants grow, they are sometimes hunted by humans. It's no surprise that they would side with the Demon King's army. I was not aware that they could speak human language. A shrewd and weak, foolish human. On top of that, the one who even sold out his comrades, unbelievable. My tribe was driven out from our home by you bastards. He tilts his body and glares at me from a closer distance. His nostrils are flaring. I take a step back and frown. I don't know how to answer that. It's not like I'm the one who drove them off, and I might have felt more empathetic had they been innocent, but you guys eat humans, right? And on top of that, I have heard that you even plunder for human inventions. Humans have no mercy even for people of their race, there is no way they would leave you alone. Perhaps realizing that the situation was not looking good, Monica replied in a hurry. How insolent! How dare you mistake His Highness for a mere human? This person is neither a human, nor a snitch, a slave or a werewolf. He is the King of the Night. There was no warning. The moment he heard those words, the left hand of the lizard men called Selzard was piercing my torso with its sharp claws. My feet left the ground from the impact. Pain ran through my body belatedly. He pierced my heart with tremendous force just as described by rumors. Monica was rendered speechless. Before my body even touched the ground, the trident that had been unsheathed who knows when, was swung down on my head. A strong impact. My body was slammed on the ground by an inhuman force. Selzard stomped on my body as I was laying on the ground. My body and the bones creaked beneath his force. What are you doing? All of a sudden dash. My hometown was trampled by a king of the night. That wasn't me either. I want to retort back but I can't make a sound. Selzard's voice is full of strong anger and exaltation. The ground is cold, and the blood from my head is dripping into my eyes. TSK, but, is this all? Is this all that the dreadful king of the night is capable of? I was careless. I knew that there was a possibility somebody could stir troubles with me, but I did not expect to actually get attacked all of a sudden. That being said, he didn't attack when he thought I was a human, but tried to kill me the moment he found out I was a vampire. Aren't those kings of the night a bit too sinful? I pull myself together and get up by propping myself with my hands. I was made to roll on the ground big time, but not because I'm into that or anything. I put more effort and raise my legs. Both my pierced heart and the broken head are already healed. Looks like his spear wasn't made out of silver. Selzard put all his strength in his legs, but his force wasn't as powerful as Albertus. Impossible. I pierced through your heart. My precious new clothes are ruined. My heart is indeed my weakness, but I won't die instantly if they don't use a wooden stake. I might have panicked if he followed it up with more attacks, but just stomping on me is cutting it too easy. He should learn more from Albertus. No, it's not like I mind it that much or anything. I don't mind it. I'm a peaceful vampire. I'm just a little pissed because he attacked me without any warning. A single hit is just a single hit. Selzard's legs gave in and his posture crumbled. I dove towards his open torso before Monica stopped me and swung my fist at him at full power, letting my emotions carry me away. There was a short sound. The air trembled strongly. Monica was lost for words, while Selzard opened his eyes wide. My fist was completely buried in his body. Looks like the scales that covered his body were not as tough as Albertus' fur. If he had a slightly shorter stature, I would have completely pierced through him. The sensation of something soft and hot enveloping my fist, along with a sensation of his hard bones, brought me a somehow creepy feeling of exaltation. Selzard swung his trident with his trembling right hand. I pulled my fist out of his body while feeling slightly apologetic and avoided the spear that was swung powerlessly by moving back. My bad, I didn't use my claws just in case. but I didn't expect to pierce through your scales so easily. Goo, kh. His giant body is already convulsing after just a single hit. I guess not even tough lizardman warriors can survive unharmed after having been punched through the center of their body. I can still see fighting spirit in his eyes, but the only thing he can do right now is barely hold himself together while staggering. Meeting an opponent with such poor durability is actually kind of fresh. I looked down at my clothes that had a giant hole in them. I didn't intend for the situation to turn out like this. It wasn't on purpose. But, isn't it strange that I had my heart pieced and my head broken and yet I'm still the aggressor? Honestly, out of everybody I have fought, you're the weakest. It would have been better if you attacked me right at the beginning. No matter what, meeting him after Albertus doesn't match the set precedents. See you. R.S.E. Yo, you. As Selzard groans while holding the hole that has been opened in his body, he collapses on the spot. The ground shakes. The collapsed giant convulses and paints the ground with green blood. He might have seemed strong, but he turned out to be quite weak. That being said, I still gained something I need to reflect on. I left my heart vulnerable enough to allow somebody to land a blow at it. I would be dead had Selzard used a wooden stake as his weapon. Something cold runs down my spine a bit too late. Looks like I need to be more alert. I look around at other lizardmen. Their eyes are filled both with fiery killing intent and fear. Senri will probably forgive me since this was for self-defense. Lizardman's blood probably won't be able to sate my vampire urges, but it can't be helped. If somebody tries to kill me, I won't hesitate to kill them either. I would run away if it was somebody stronger, but if they're at Selzard's level, I'm sure I can take two on without breaking a sweat. There's probably no meaning in sucking blood that is not humans. The moment I mumbled this, Monica apologized in a suppliant manner. Please accept my apologies. Please forgive Selzard, who did not understand his standing, for attacking you without thinking. Huh. Yeah. He did not intend to kill you. He was full of killing intent though. There was no way he did not intend to kill me after gouging my heart, swinging a spear down my head and stomping on me. I might be a harmless vampire, but I'm not generous enough to laugh off an attack on me. Selzard is already half dead. I am sure he fully understood how strong Lord End is. I beg you to please be magnanimous. I think a little. Monica is bowing her head while crying. I wasn't really going to kill him anyway, oh well. I would never forgive him if it was Albertus, but Selzard is too weak to hold this over his head for too long. I doubt I could win if I made an enemy of the whole Demon King's army anyway. To live in peace, one must learn how to compromise. Maybe I can get some blood too. Well, it's fine. Why don't you take him and get him treated already? A human would be dead, but a lizard man might actually survive. Selzard, who was lying face down on the ground and convulsing, was taken away. I should have gouged out his heart with one blow. I find myself thinking this for a second, but my wounds have already completely healed. The only problem is the dirty clothes. I used some energy to heal my wounds, but it wasn't the amount to worry about. I want a towel and new clothes. I will prepare them immediately. Monica deeply bows her head at me and sprints towards the stone building. I lick the blood on my hand, but a lizardman's blood is as tasteless as I expected. Sylvan, this chapter was longer than usual. Originally, I wanted to split it into two, but since we missed so many of the scheduled chapters already, might as well just combine them. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 67, Sparring Part 1. To the best of my knowledge, there is more than one Demon King in existence. I am not aware of all the details as I was bedridden and rather uninformed of worldly affairs in my past life, but they are known to be terrifying enemies of mankind. They are probably higher on the scale of danger than necromancers. There are a couple of reasons as to why. A demon king's sphere of influence is much wider than a necromancer's by definition. The fact that demon kings do not have an archenemy as necromancers do in the form of death knights also plays a role. There are even demon kings who are said to have decimated human kingdoms. I had long thought of the demon king's army to be a terrifying existence. I thought they would be miles stronger than the beasts I fought in the woods or the vampire hunters that came after me. However, crossing paths with Selzard made it apparent that I may have been mistaken in my conviction. I changed out of the torn clothes, wiped off the blood and once again restarted my day anew. Naturally, I am on guard now so no one gets the jump on me. I was just a little careless earlier, that is all. Nevertheless, maybe everyone around had been watching me clash with Selzard, for they simply observed me from afar and no one tried to attack. Even my guide Monica walked some distance away from me. Were you perhaps good friends with Selzard? All I did was pay back for what he dished out. I would like for them to consider me generous for not having reciprocated in kind by gouging out his heart. Monica hesitated a little before her small lips opened nervously. No. But Selzard was of the same rank as me. And a soldier who is well respected among his subordinates. Is he strong? Oliver and needless to say, Lord Raynal are much more superior in terms of pure combat abilities, but Selzard still holds a high rank in the army. Well, it was partly a surprise attack, so. And I had called him weak. I felt a little bad, so I had to say something by way of excuse. Maybe he was an expert at martial arts. And I might have crushed him before he had a chance to show any moves. Either way, he was not that strong in comparison to a vampire. All the enemies I have faced so far were on guard against me. The third-class knights like Neville wielded weapons made of holy silver, and need I mention the keeper? I cannot make any excuses regarding my loss to Albertus as she was simply stronger. Looks like affinity is really important for a vampire. Of course, the fact that I am a lot stronger now than back when I fought Albertus probably plays into this. I received Senri's blood regularly during our travels and my soul is still falling deeper into the abyss according to the Lord. Monica linked her hands on her bosom and uttered. Your fighting prowess was beyond expectations, and I, Monica, bow down to you. I had heard that the Night Kings are not all equally strong, but to think you barely broke a sweat as you crushed Selzard without even utilizing any special skills, you must be a hell of a powerful king, Lord End. Absurd flattery. Her tone may appear bright but true dread dwelt in her eyes. Nevertheless, that bit of information was significant. The special skills Monica mentioned must be the abilities unique to a vampire. As I am still a lesser vampire, I do not possess most of those abilities. However, Monica does not seem to be aware of that. Also, my physical abilities could possibly be better than an average vampire's. I can guess why. It is probably because of Senri's blood. Which is why it makes it all the more baffling as to why I am still yet to evolve into a real vampire despite accumulating so much power. Either way, brooding over the matter is not going to get me anywhere. I shall just check with the vestige of the vestige of the vestige of the vestige of Lord's soul should it pop up next time. Everything is merit-based in this army. You might easily be able to reach the top, Lord End. Monica uttered something preposterous despite the fact that we were smack dab in the middle of Raynal's base. Is she trying to test me? If Selzard was a valuable asset to the Demon King's army, I suppose she is trying to ascertain whether I am an enemy or ally. I'm not interested. I have other things to do, and I plan to leave here in due time. That's a shame. Monica's head hung low. What am I to do if Senri decides to set off to God knows where, leaving me behind? I am awfully curious about Monica's blood, but she could still never replace Senri. Senri is aware of how long I can withstand my thirst. At most, the grace period would be 10 days. It should be possible to locate Senri if I track her scent by taking on the dog form. That is, only if she had not taken off by herself, she would not leave me behind, would she? I peeked at the voluptuous Monica. You are mistaken, Senri. I am not cheating on you. I am just interested in her blood as a vampire. I am totally not thinking she would be fine even if I were to be rough while feeding on her because she is a demon. Trust me. As I was caught in a hell of my own making, I and Monica entered the treasury. The treasury of Raynol's army was not as resplendent as I had imagined. It was not even fancy, but just a simple stone-walled warehouse. From what I gather, it seems to be used like a warehouse too. It was no more than a place where all the loot was gathered. I cannot imagine monsters coveting jewelry, so I was not completely overtaken by surprise at what I was presented with. There was a hint of the smell of smoke in the chilly air. My line of sight was instinctively drawn towards a particular door. Ever since I could transform into a dog, my sense of smell seems to have grown a lot sharper. The other side of the steel door reeked. There were several scents mixed together, but one of them was human. However, Monica said nothing about it and guided me deeper into the warehouse. The scent of blood, flesh, death and delirium was drawing near. Monica stopped in front of a remarkable door, hesitated for a moment before opening it. This is the arena I mentioned before. This place decides where the spoils of war should go. I was shown a huge room. No, I suppose calling it a courtyard would be more appropriate. There was no ceiling and looking up one could see all the stars in the sky. There was nothing like a stage and the ground was bare with blood stains clinging onto it here and there. At this very moment, two monsters were duking it out. They looked humanoid in appearance, except they were twice as big. Their skin was as dark as iron, and they had two horns growing out of their head. I wonder if they are demi-humans referred to as ogres. They are monsters classified as demi-humans just like lizard men. The two of the ogres were going all out in a fist fight. They had no kind of protection or armor on. The muffled sound that escaped when their fists connected with the other's body was only drowned out by their roars. I heard blood spatter and bones break. The blood was black. However, none looked like they were willing to stop. They look rather evenly matched and other similar-looking ogres roared their encouragement for both the warriors. Monica whispered more details. The item that's up for grabs right now is the claymore the enemy chief wielded when we attacked Romberg. Strong weapons could help raise one's ranks, so everyone wishes to get their hands on them. The weapon does not interest me in the least. If I had to pick, I am more interested in the ogres fighting. Ogres are known for their formidable strength. They have a stronger physique than humans, with skin as hard as steel and every single blow from those fists are deadly. Also, they have the custom of devouring the warrior they defeat in battle. Experienced soldiers would know better than to take ogres head-on. This match did not seem a fully fledged one as both of them were not using any weapons, even so, every punch had incredible bloodlust behind it. My expression warped like a demon's as I observed the survival of the fittest that was the motto of Raynol's army. Killing is prohibited. As everything in the army belongs to Lord Raynol. What if you accidentally end up killing your opponent? Killing is prohibited. Monica stressed the point once again. However, punches like that could easily kill humans. And in actuality, the arena reeked of death. The winner was decided as we looked on. A kick from the somewhat larger ogre on the right, connected with the abdomen of the ogre on the left that swung its fists wide, despite appearing unsteady on its feet. Not even a monster known for its Herculean strength and endurance could withstand such an attack from its own kind. The ogre on the left roared wildly, retching and soiling itself, tumbling to the floor. It still seemed to be hanging on to life. Its body was twitching but there were no signs of it getting back up. The ogre that won cried out in triumph and its allies cheering on from the sidelines all joined in. Only their appearance seemed similar to humans. I shielded my ears from their roars, when Monica violently gestured to her abdomen, and spoke hesitatingly. So. Lord End. How do I put this? Live humans are very popular trophies. I see. The guests are not given any special treatment. Then what was with Oliver stating that he would prepare hundreds of humans for me? I'm fine with your blood though. Please have mercy. She seems to be really against the idea. To think she would be so afraid despite being a demon and that scantily dressed, she could learn a thing or two from Senri, who though unwilling lets me feed and allows me to touch her here and there. I'm not allowed to kill, right? Yes. Absolutely not. Monica's expression grew stiff as she declared. Well, I would have no part of this if killing was allowed, but if that is not the case, I would not mind testing my strength. Even after observing the duel, I was unable to discern the disparity in our strengths. I guess the only choice is to jump into the ring myself. Exchanging blows with ogres should make it clear where my physical abilities stand. Even if I were to lose, pain is nothing new to me. Know thyself, know thy enemy. This is a good opportunity. I am not really hankering for humans, but I am probably a better option for them than being prisoners of Raynal. I only need their blood and have no use for their lives. I took off my shirt as it would be a shame if it got destroyed again, stretched my arms wide, and walked to the center of the arena. Monica seemed to call out to me, but I ignored her. Even if I am only just testing my strength, it is obviously smart to choose an injured opponent to fight first. The ogre that was the victor of the duel looked surprised to see me appear out of nowhere. The injured, towering giant of an ogre was intimidating as hell. With its huge body, thick limbs and hard muscles, it looked nothing like me, a human. However, what can I say, Albertus was just so overwhelming that this ogre did not seem like a threat at all. Albertus and Ape have really made my sense of danger go numb. I cannot discern either of our strengths, but thinking back to what happened with Selzard, I had better be on guard. Eyes like glass beads were as red as mine, and despite having just been in a battle, the ogre looked raring to go. Ack, what the heck are you? Show me what you got, champion. Something smoldered deep in the recesses of my mind. Maybe it was the battle instincts of the vampire that made them brutal. And so, the ogre roared and without warning, swung down its fists at me. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 68, Sparring, 2. An ogre seen from a close distance was something else. He was breathing heavily and his steel skin shone with a mysterious luster. I felt a strong heat from him, perhaps his body temperature was higher than a human's. However, even when a giant fist was swung down on me, I still didn't flinch. Humanoid creatures are nothing compared to giant dogs the size of food stalls. The ogre's flesh squeaked. Fittingly, his shocking visage contorted. Impossible, this is, impossible. Not bad, champion. I couldn't just evade his fist. His iron-colored fist, that was one size larger than me, contained tremendous strength in it. However, while ogres seem to be very powerful, they still aren't the enemies of vampires, who have grown stronger by drinking only the finest quality blood. His fist caught in the palm of my hand creaked. Blood vessels appeared on the face of the ogre with bared sharp fangs, making him look tense. However, even with all that force, he couldn't make me budge. I'm still fine. He might be twice my size in everything, including thickness of his arms, weight and physique, but I'm still stronger. I divert the fist I caught to the side. His giant body grandly loses its footing. I try to land a blow on my enemy's body, but my body is thrown in the air with a violent impact. I feel my bones break and my flesh twist. After drawing a high arc in the air, I somehow managed to land on the ground. I was kicked in my solar plexus, but I did not feel much pain. I also managed to land a blow on his chest. My wound has already healed too. Aag hey. The ogre roars and kicks the ground with force, but perhaps the blow I did to his body dealt a lot of damage, as his movements aren't as sharp as before and his center of gravity seems to have shifted too. Looks like my durability and regeneration abilities are better than his. We exchange fists head-on, just like he had done with another ogre a while ago. I could avoid his punches, but there were no real reasons to. Ogres have claws and fangs and their fists are so bony, they're closer to a blunt weapon, but they're not made of silver. I only played along because this seemed to be their way of fighting. I let him hit me as many times as I hit him. My field of vision blurs, my flesh squeaks and my body shakes from the impact. I take hits to my head, my shoulders, my stomach, and my legs. Still, even if we take the same damage, Champion is the one who slows down. Champion's vigor was fierce, as expected from the winner of the previous battle, but he couldn't escape from the limits of his body. After taking a hit to his chin, Champion's head shook and he finally kneeled over. How inconvenient it is for living beings, to become immobile after just having their brains shaken. The result has already been decided. Well, I did have a handicap, but now I'm the champion. And I'm still ready to fight some more. My wounds have healed and I don't feel any fatigue. Thus, I ask other ogres who have been watching us with bated breaths. I'm feeling good. Who's the next challenger? Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. Too strong. The scenery unfolding before Monica was unbelievable for her, even if she had prior knowledge about it. An ogre, species known for their superior physical strength, was losing to somebody 2 heads smaller than him. The palm that used the center of gravity to its advantage was raised, and yet the ogre, who put in so much effort until his face turned red, still could not make him budge. And, himself, looked undisturbed. It was natural, as his body was already dead. She only wanted to test his strength, but even just a slight test was enough to ascertain that he would be the natural enemy for Demon King Raynol's army. To start with, this was the opponent that even Oliver, who boasted of his regeneration ability in his superhuman strength, regarded as out of his league. All things had their good and bad matches. Undead, humans and the Demon King's army were in a 3-way deadlock. The Demon King's army, where a lot of individuals with superior physical abilities gathered, tend to overpower humans. They would not lose easily even against Death Knights. However, on the other hand, they are very weak against high-ranked undead, the beings out of this world, that possess excellent physical abilities and regeneration, along with an untiring body. The reason for that was because, unlike the demons like Monica, for most of the races that made up the Demon King's army, their power was the source of their pride. Vampires have a lot of weaknesses to offset their enormous power, but the Demon King will not try to use those to his advantage. He might try to swap the weapons for the ones made of silver, but using flowing water, crosses or garlic is out of the question. It's because he thinks that using those would make him fall to the same level as humans, who he looks down on. At first glance, the ogre warrior and End seemed to be equal. The ogre's fist made End stagger and easily sent him flying. End's kick made the ogre's body that was hard as steel, creak. It seemed that the vampires were superior in terms of power, but it wasn't like the strength of the ogres was limited only to their superhuman power either. Even in the eyes of a layman, End's combat abilities were not very high. However, even if he wasn't very skilled, the durability of the two were far too different. The regeneration ability of the ogres was superior to humans, but a vampire's regeneration ability exceeded even that. While the movements of the opposing ogre warrior became duller, there were no changes in End's movements even since the start of the fight. Even when he was hit on the head, even when he was knocked off his feet, he attacked back without showing any signs of weakening. There, really no match for him. This vampire would most likely have no problems even going against 100 ogres in a row. Truly, a peerless warrior. In addition, End hasn't used any of his vampire's abilities either. The eyes of the ogres known for their bravery distort in fear. Monica had yet to fully grasp End's true strength, however, just how many beings in the Demon King's army could even match him? They would be eaten. In this army, where everything was decided through battles, vampires who felt neither fatigue nor damage were the worst. Just like Oliver, whose powers rivaled End's and who silenced every rebel against him with pure power, word of End's existence would spread in the blink of an eye. And, Oliver couldn't have picked a worse time to turn incompetent. Raynal is a powerful demon king. He wouldn't easily lose to a vampire, but, on the other hand, he also wasn't the type to go against the law of the jungle he made himself. Finally unable to endure any more hits, the ogre warrior fell to his knees. Nobody cheered. Ogre warriors, that took pride in fighting, were completely swallowed by the atmosphere. This wasn't something that could even be called a duel. Fortunately, it didn't seem like End had killed the ogre. Vampires were known for being violent, but perhaps Monica's insistence over and over before the match had helped. If they played their cards right, there was a chance that End would ally with them. If he did, they would have a considerable advantage over the armies of other demon kings. While Monica was busy making calculations in her mind, End spoke up with a laid-back tone, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. I can fight. I can hold my own against them. The ogres were strong and agile, but not as much as the current me. They had endurance and their wounds healed quite fast, but not as much as the current me. After I defeated the champion, I ambushed the new challenger ogre. After knocking down 5 of them, the challengers disappeared and I stopped fighting. Looks like a vampire's body is of higher quality than I thought. This is only talking about the case I forget about my weaknesses, but it doesn't seem like I would have problems fighting multiple opponents at the same time if they're as strong as an ogre. Naturally, my opponents weren't fighting seriously. They didn't have any weapons. Had they had silver weapons, they could wound me, and even without that, they could incapacitate me if they broke me apart. That's why I can't afford to get overconfident. But it's not like I showed my all either. Raynal's army is going to be a great training ground for me. I don't have much experience fighting humanoid creatures, and there are a lot of demons here. I wonder if I can also use of the fighting techniques that the ogres use. The one that makes use of their superhuman strength? There should be beings stronger than me in the Demon King's army. I don't particularly attach much importance to strength, but I want to gain as much experience as possible. In my opinion, I've been too unlucky so far. You are truly powerful to be able to defeat so many ogres in a row. Even in this army, you would most likely completely overpower most opponents. Monica, who was observing us from a distance, praised me, but from her scent, I could easily discern what she truly thought. I felt how careful she was when choosing her words. Maybe she was trying to avoid arousing my animosity. I want to fight somebody strong. You see, I lack combat experience. I have somebody in mind. You will definitely clash against them if you desire to obtain living humans. Monica trembled and her expression turned serious. Then, she said something unexpected. There is a precious prisoner of war right now in this army, a Death Knight. One of the executives, Man-Eater, should also be participating in a battle for this prisoner. When Lord End defeats Man-Eater, your strength will be acknowledged even within this army. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 69, Prisoner of War. Death Knight. It's the strongest pronoun in this world. This name, which has become synonymous with the title of hero, and their power to manipulate a special blessed energy far surpasses many of the strongest non-human beings. Many of the heroic tales tell their adventures, as the Order of Death Knights has established countless legends until now. They usually target necromancers and undead, but sometimes they also fight against demon kings. Death Knights generally exorcise darkness. Their blessed energy is powerful, but it can only purify undead, and not demi-humans or dragons. That's why, I can theoretically understand how one could have lost in a battle depending on the Death Knight's ranking, but I can still hardly believe it even after hearing Monica out. As evident from Senri, Death Knights are extremely strong. There is no way they could be captured by the bunch I can easily deal with myself. I have not had any mock fights with Senri recently, but I still have yet to catch up to her. Well, she can fly up in case of an emergency so it can't be helped, but when you think about the physical abilities of vampires, this is not a normal thing. Thinking about Senri somehow made me miss her. It's a bit early, but maybe I should go back. But there is a Death Knight prisoner here. If this is true, they might be Senri's friend, and I'm sure she'll be very happy if I help them out. Maybe she could even cheer me on with a little good luck, and give me her blood. At that time I'm sure she'll forgive me even if I was a bit rude to them. My fangs are aching. Besides, there is also a chance that this prisoner might have the same excellent quality blood as Senri. The possibility that they'll let me have a little taste if I save them isn't zero. It's still really low though. I follow Monica to go through the iron door that has been bothering me since I came here. Beyond the door lay the staircase to the basement. Apparently living prisoners are being held ahead. I can't see any prisoners yet, but the stagnant air makes me feel the strong presence of death. I had not thought that you would have interest in Death Knights, Lord End. Well, they are my enemies, after all. I've even fought them before. Well, I was made to suffer one-sidedly though. I was subjected to the solar penalty by Neville's group, and as for Ape, it needn't even be said. Meanwhile, Senri won't let me catch her or drink her blood to my heart's content. But, perhaps having misunderstood me, Monica could only let out an astonished voice. Looks like she really couldn't imagine that I was Senri's lapdog. After we went down the stairs, we found brusque prison cells lined up. Several fully armed demi-human warriors were keeping watch nearby. The smell of death and despair permeated the air. I couldn't hear any voices from the prison. Perhaps they don't even have the energy to scream anymore. The withered prisoners, dressed in rags, were being treated much worse than Rue. The prison was divided into several sections. For women, for men, and for elderly. They might have been divided by the popularity, but the treatment in each section was pretty much the same. I saw some girls, who looked the same age as Senri, but now that I have tasted premium quality blood, they couldn't incite my appetite. I would be better off if I just released everybody and got blood from Senri instead. It was a tragic sight, but I didn't feel anything. The captives also didn't say much after seeing me. Maybe they thought that I was some kind of a humanoid demon. I lightly touched the night crystal on my collar. While looking for a cute girl, who could provide me with decent quality nutritious blood, I grumbled. This is terrible. We keep getting new additions and the taste doesn't seem to be affected much from what I have heard. Seriously, this is why I don't like barbaric demons. Besides, if they're so skinny, hugging them wouldn't feel very good either. Their skin doesn't look healthy either, and I'll need them to take a proper shower too. I'm too used to Senri's blood. Albertus was quite delectable too, so I can't drink unsavory blood anymore. The women and children with soft meat are very popular. However, they are the most popular freshly caught, so there aren't any premium quality goods left here. Monica, give them proper nutrition and put them in a cleaner cell. Monica looks shocked at the words I said firmly, with all my heart. Huh. I'm a gourmet. I can't drink blood of this quality. Make them exercise moderately too, they're too skinny. That's. For us, feeding is not just a meal. I only came because you guys said that you wanted to apologize. Was it a lie? Or, will you be the one to provide me with your blood, Monica? Who do I need to beat in order for you to do as I say? I don't just take everything in strides. I just want to drink blood deliciously and happily. It's a time of dizzying pleasure for me. It's not like I had my expectations set very high, but there is a limit to how much of a letdown this could be. Regardless if I have to fight that man-eater or not, I still want to suck blood. Leaving Monica aside, I wonder if Senri would get mad if I drank prisoner's blood. Still, it's her fault for disappearing on me after promising to regularly give me her blood. You understand, Lord End. I will try my utmost best to think of something. Please have mercy on me. Monica turns pale and takes a step back, but my sight stays nailed to her exposed soft-looking neck. The act of sucking blood seems to be accompanied by a strong feeling of pleasure that drives people crazy. This is the reason why vampires are feared and the reason why some humans voluntarily side with them. Wouldn't everything work out as long as I just bite her? There are cases when people aren't affected at all like Senri and Albertus, but those two are obviously abnormalities. Noticing my gaze, Monica hides her neck and her flashily exposed chest with her hands, but her gesture further arouses my feeding impulse. Judging from the fact that she has acknowledged ogres for their strength, she won't be able to push me away. There, I strongly shake my head. No, I can't do it. I'm a peaceful vampire. I can't do something as shameful as attacking an unwilling girl, and if by some chance it turns into a habit, I'll be exorcised by Senri. What if I turned into a dog to lick and chew on her? No, that's not good either. I can't suck blood in my dog form. The place Monica led me to, while being wary of me, who was obviously obsessed with thoughts of drinking blood, was the prison cell at the very back. It was a particularly big prison cell. 3 bored-looking fully armed ogres, perhaps acting as guards, were crowding together at a place where they could see inside the cell well. The moment I got closer, I felt the shining positive energy that set this person apart from other prisoners. My instincts were hindering me from getting closer. Something boiled up in the depth of my mind. This is probably my fighting spirit. While darkness is the enemy of the light is also the enemy of the darkness. Senri rarely wrapped herself in light energy because she was often with me, and when she did, maybe because we were allies, I never felt like this. This is something I'm feeling for the first time. Monica warns me in a quiet voice. They have killed about 30 strong soldiers. We have bound their limbs completely, but they still have some spare strength. Please be careful. Not showing anything outwardly but still stroking my chest in relief, I reply. It's fine. They're weaker than Neville. They have a sufficiently strong energy, but they're weaker than any of the Death Knights I've seen. It may also be because they're imprisoned and weakened, but they seem weaker than I expected. Looks like Senri, Neville and Luffy aren't as low-ranked as I thought. They're the subordinates of Ape the Destroyer, so it makes sense, I guess. Thus, I came face to face with the captured Death Knight. The Death Knight was hung up on the wall, both of their arms restrained with metal rings. Their legs were shackled, and giant metal balls were noisily rolling around the wide cell. Their trained body was full of scars, perhaps the result of torture, and stained with blood. However, from the fact that they were slightly moving, I could induce that they were still alive. No, they were probably exercising their power. Using blessed energy takes a high degree of concentration. Even more so if the caster is physically weakened. Their face that was pointing down, was raised up, and their questioning gaze caught my figure. I could clearly see the smoldering blaze of fighting spirit behind those eyes, which belonged to the person who looked like they were on the brink of death. I instinctively retreated, opened my eyes wide and exclaimed. The voice I managed to squeeze out was quivering. Isn't this a man? Huh? Why yes. We do think that this is a man. Monica says strangely. Nobody told me about that. I don't want to drink man's blood. It's not that I can't drink it, I just absolutely don't want to drink it. Well, if I'm close to death, I'll drink it hesitantly, but that would be my last resort. This is probably something all vampires would understand. It's one thing to lick the blood that got splattered on you, but if you have to bite somebody's neck, it better be someone of the opposite sex. And it would be even better if the other person has goodwill towards you. This probably has to be connected to that time when I felt my vampire urges and libido merging together. Tied up in the prison cell was a bulky young man. His abundant black hair was let down, and his trained body was overflowing with the same simplicity and elegance as the perfect sculpture. He was quite handsome and his face was full of vitality. But he was a man. If I were a female vampire, I would happily drink his blood, but I'm a man. With this, even if I help him, I won't gain anything. And I'm so afraid of Death Knights that if I don't gain anything from saving them, I don't want to save them. I'm almost in the mood to just turn back on my heels and find some delicious-looking girl from a different cell. I thought it would be a girl because Monica made it a point to bring him up, but this is way too disappointing. I was tricked, how cruel. And no, how could I trick you? Please quell your anger, Lord End. I had high expectations because it was the same death knight. I even thought it would be a cute girl like Senri. Well, when you think about the gender ratio of death knights, it was unlikely, but this is just too much. Monica seems very scared, but Demon King Reynol's army is the worst. As I thought, Senri is really the only one for me. Well then, how can I get Senri to give me her blood in the most pleasuring way? I looked at the beast-like knight before me and started to ponder seriously. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 70, Threat. The Demon King's army is a good place. Why is it a good place, you ask? Because when you win in a fight, any of your selfish requests will be fulfilled. The living environment leaves a lot to be desired, but you can get used to living anywhere. I also like that I can get combat experience by fighting various demi-humans. Demi-humans come in different forms and shapes, each with their own characteristics. Some of them can even use swords, and above all, the rule that forbids killing is just a cherry on top. Now, if only Senri was also here, things would be just perfect. A quiet knock comes from the lid. My time, the night, has arrived. I slowly rise up, use my strength and slide away the heavy lid. What enters in my sight is Monica's face illuminated by the moonlight. Good morning, Lord End. Have you slept well? Yeah, thanks. I feel really good, Monica. I raise my torso in the black coffin that can be closed airtight and stretch grandly. This coffin was prepared by Monica. I did have prior knowledge about this, but apparently vampires really sleep in coffins. This feels like a black joke for somebody like me who has already died once before, but it seems like sleeping in the coffin has its purpose too, as I'm feeling better than ever. I somehow feel very calm. I haven't slept because I'm in enemy territory, but this might be the second best feeling after sucking blood. I wish I had a portable coffin. Have you improved the environment? Why yes. The location being what it is, I cannot immediately make it perfect, but I have done as you have willed. Monica cast her eyes down and said in a small voice. My request concerned the improvement of the prison environment. There is no way delicious blood can be produced in a dirty environment without any proper meals. I doubt that at this point improving the environment can help produce the same quality blood as Senri's, but if I'm kind to the prisoners, Senri might let me suck her blood later in a delicious way, so it's all fine. However, some visitors have come regarding that matter. 15 of them. Got it, I'll see them. I unhesitatingly nod at Monica's timid words. Improving the environment requires labor, and the ones used for it are the lower ranks of the Demon King's army. I met with some individuals who opposed it yesterday, but we solved that issue with our fists. It seems like the best way to solidify your standing in the Demon King's army is to show your strength, as each time I prevailed in a battle, the number of new challengers decreased. I have only been here for 3 days, but perhaps because the rumors about me have already started to spread, I feel like I'm even being feared. Today Monica was unusually dressed in plain clothes, hiding most of her skin. However, she still couldn't hide her great figure. If I get even more famous, Monica might change her opinion of me and give me her blood, so I'm gonna try my best today too. Today's challengers are ogres. It's a race that makes up a large fraction of this army and has challenged me a lot after I defeated the champion on day 1. They are blessed with an excellent physique and hard skin, along with a malicious visage worthy of being called demons, but now, the moment our eyes meet, their expressions turn tense. I unintentionally opened my eyes wide. Usually they only use their fists, but today's challengers had a sword with them. It was a darkened sword and its length was obviously small for the frame of its wielder. It might have been dark in color, but my instincts alarmed me. It was a silver sword. I knew that it would come one day. They would need to be as strong as Albertus in order to deal considerable damage to me without exploiting my weaknesses. Perhaps she also realized that the weapon's true identity. Monica moved her lips in panic. I stopped her. I don't mind. But if I'm on the brink of death, you have to save me. Did you think that I would complain? The expression on the face of the ogre opposing me contorted and his arm, so developed that it almost looked swelling, trembled. Hot breath leaked from his fanged mouth. My current body feels almost no pain. Not being able to feel pain is truly wonderful, but, at the same time, pain isn't something I should forget. If I keep winning without an effort, I will definitely become overconfident. According to Senri, pain is the weakness of vampires. I don't usually feel pain, so when I do feel it in an emergency, my body stops moving. The only reason I managed to survive until now is mostly because I didn't have this instinct thanks to the experience from when I was alive. Besides, how can this poorly maintained tarnished silver sword be of any threat to me? I have seen a silver sword in the shape of a perfect cross. I have seen a precious blessed holy sword made from silver. Those would definitely be able to kill me easily. In that case, I must learn how to overcome my weaknesses before I meet them again the next time. If I keep that in mind, it's not a bad idea to engage in a low-stakes battle with a tarnished silver sword. It's troublesome, so I'll take you all at once. What, don't you mock us? You damn vampire. That being said, it looks like they really only have a single silver sword. The ogre closes the distance between us with one step and swings the sword with all his might. It is a slash so powerful that it almost feels like it has slashed the space itself, but the sword's size is ill-fitting for its wielder. I effortlessly avoid his wide swing and throw a jab at his open side. I only intended to make a light attack, but the face of the ogre distorts in pain and his flesh reddened. The swung-down sword is slashed back with the same momentum. Slow. Too slow. Ogres are known for their strength, but their speed isn't anything special. I can easily follow them with my kinetic vision. Maybe it could be good to train my evading skills. I concentrate while evading him and activate Silhouette, the ability of Dark Stalker. The sound disappears and black spreads all over my body. I can see bewilderment on the ogre's face. This ability is primarily used for hiding in shadows, but seems like it's also effective in combat. Smell is one thing, but the fact that most of the sound disappears too makes it a very strong ability. It's a strong help for me, since I still can't use vampire's powers. I must master it. After repeating the same process and hitting him with a jab 3 times, the ogre fell to his knees. What an embarrassing display for somebody who has a better physique than me. But wouldn't an ogre-turned-vampire turn out much stronger than me? Even somebody as sickly as me, albeit I might have had some talent too, ended up being able to fight so well. So, that possibility sounds plausible. Next I'll try to block the sword with my claws. This is something I would never do against Keeper. I took my eyes off from the ogre and looked at the next challenger waiting for me. After that I'll try my fist. It might be possible to break a silver sword with a vampire's strength. The executives of Reynol's army should be stronger than them. I must try to fill the gap between us as much as possible. At first, it was hostility. Then it changed to fear and gradually morphed into admiration. Within Reynol's army, those with power are held in high regard. Monica could only watch with a pale face as the situation changed. End Baron fit into the Demon King's army in a mere 3 days. She had already sensed it at the beginning, but this vampire was pretty strange. He was unusual, for the lack of a better word. The ancestor vampires were more arrogant and incompatible with living beings. They were not the sort to easily become acclimated to the Demon King's army. However, End was not like that. He would make selfish requests, but from the fact that he had yet to suck Monica's blood, it was obvious that he was an oddball. Still, his power was real. He could use the abilities of both Ghoul and Dark Stalker. He hadn't sucked blood in a while, but his power didn't seem to have diminished. Monica had yet to unveil his true nature. At this rate, he would soon rise to the executive position. Making the newcomer into an executive would be impossible in any other Demon King's army, but things were different with Demon King Raynal. She stuck with End today as well, accompanying him until his bedtime at dawn and stroked her chest in relief that the day ended with no mishaps. The improvement of the prison environment was processing at a rapid pace. The prisoners were given food, their cells were cleaned, and they got the privilege to use the toilet. Nobody wanted to do the job that involved looking after the health of humans, but since End had won in duels and this was his request, there was nothing that could be done. The prisoners now lived better than poor low-ranked soldiers. The environment was changing drastically. End was trying to monopolize humans that had been shared before. There was no way complaints wouldn't rise up. Monica was different, but in Demon King's army, there were a lot of those who loved eating humans. Even a vampire wouldn't be able to suck all those humans dry. Most of those were probably spares, and once he was done with them, they would most likely be disposed of. Monica could only pray that somebody with blood good enough to satisfy this bothersome vampire would appear soon enough. Suddenly, an intense sound of footsteps rose and a large black shadow eclipsed the rising sun, landing before Monica. It was Oliver Arbor. This werewolf, who was one of the most powerful figures even within Raynal's army, put his bright red tongue out, and the moment he saw Monica, he inquired. "I'm be back. How's, you know, Lord End?" For now he seems to be quite satisfied. "I've already briefed Lord Raynal too. You sure found a troublesome person for us." The hairs on the tail of the man, who had ripped countless veteran warriors to shreds, were standing straight up, his figure shrinking into himself. He was almost like a frightened dog. "Never make him angry. If anybody challenges him to a duel, send them to me." "Ha! You're already late. He's beaten at least 100. "What? Moreover, not just regular 100. They were 100 warriors that were confident in their strength and could easily overpower several human mercenaries. It was a matter that gave Monica, a member of the Demon King's army, a headache, but at least he hadn't killed anybody. "Shit. I'll kill them. I'll rip them to pieces. Give me their names, Monica. How dare they disgrace me like this? And no, this is a misunderstanding, my liege. I would never." Oliver's eyes were glittering. It was already daylight, but he showed no signs of transforming into a human. The degraded werewolves could only change their form during a full moon, but Oliver, being the third generation, was different. Leaving aside the price he had to pay for his power, he could freely transform during the day and relatively maintain his sanity. However, Monica saw strong fear and madness in his eyes. Just how powerful was the vampire that turned Oliver into a werewolf that they instilled such fear in him? Hoping to calm Oliver down, Monica replied in a calm voice. "Calm down, Oliver. Lord End has enjoyed himself greatly." Oh, I see. Then I'm glad. Really glad." Oliver's voice was packed with strong emotions. However, they had a bigger problem. From what Monica could see, End Baron was trying to gauge his own strength. His initial forceful movements were gradually becoming more refined, as if he was testing himself. Today he even faced his weakness, the silver sword. The ogres, who would never retreat against any opponent they deemed superior, had completely shriveled up. End had said that he wouldn't stay at the Demon King's army forever, but at this rate, he would be nothing but poison for them. As the loyal servant of the Demon King, Monica felt compelled to do something. "Oliver, Lord End will be fighting against Man-Eater. With that Death Knight as the prize." Oliver's ears stood straight and he opened his eyes wide. Man-Eater was the second most powerful being in this army, only falling behind Lord Raynal. While their personality left much to be desired, their combat abilities surpassed even those of Oliver. They were a monster in a different sense than vampires. Monica was initially intending to observe the situation a little more, but she decided to set things up early on. Shockingly enough, End was learning. Before he becomes even stronger and impossible to manage, before he devours their army, she wants him to suffer a defeat. Monica had a mysterious premonition that otherwise, Reynolds' army would be torn to pieces from the inside and meet its demise. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 71, Man-Eater, 1. The war situation had gotten much worse in Romberg. 1 week. That is the time Senri allowed herself to wait for End and gather information. End seems to hit the limit of his thirst in 10 days. Considering the strong will of that young man, he could probably bear with it for a little longer than Senri thinks, but since he has led a comfortable life so far, he has been told beforehand that pushing himself too much might result in his thirst overwhelming his instincts. Owing to the power of the night crystal that was obtained from the Keeper, the negative energy radiating from End is being suppressed. Hence, even as a former second-class Death Knight, it would not be easy for Senri to find his whereabouts. On the contrary, End should be able to track down Senri. He has in his possession the sense of smell he seized from Albertus. The reason Senri chose to stay put for a while was in order to wait for End to make his way back. Though the city of Romberg was quite heavily guarded, there are any number of ways through which her whereabouts could be found. If End was anywhere near, there is sure to have been some kind of commotion. However, there was no indication of End making his return. And the worsening war situation in Romberg put a grim look on Senri's face. Demon kings can be separated into different types. The Demon King Reynal was the type with a popular non-human physique. Even his subordinates are made up of several different kinds of magical beasts and demi-humans with enhanced physical abilities. Such a type of Demon King is simply put, strong. Sharp claws that can easily pierce through armor made of steel, and a tackle from that gigantic body could crumble any city wall. Thick skin capable of repelling even cannons, and humans cannot even compare to their stamina. Romberg, that was long known for its impregnable defense, was in a state of disrepair owing to relentless consecutive attacks. They seem to be holding up for now, the huge walls having become much less sturdy due to frequent assaults. Fatigue coupled with injuries has resulted in a decrease in the number of men available to be dispatched for guard duty. The state of affairs were so dire that no plans were being made to attack the enemy from their side. It could happen in a matter of months or years, but if the current situation were to persist, it would not be long before the city fell into the hands of the enemy. All things considered, it was fortunate that they were able to drive away Oliver. If the supply route had been cut off and Romberg had lost its assistance, then its longevity would have been cut short even further. However, it was not a situation where one could easily intervene. One was because Senri had to lay low as long as she was on the run with End, and the other more important one being there existed a code that the Death Knights were expected to uphold. The Death Knights are forbidden from taking up arms against non-undead demon kings or participate in any civil wars among humans. Their opponents were solely composed of the undead and necromancers. Their job was simply the eradication of the aforementioned, and fighting demon kings would be outside the realm of their duties. Though unfortunate, it was merely a logical decision. Setting aside the fact that it would be out of the question to get mixed up in any fight between humans, if the Death Knights were too occupied dealing with demon kings to pay any attention to necromancers, it would result in a sharp increase in undead. Not to mention, there are several types of undead capable of creating more of their kind. Whereas there are only a limited number of Death Knights, and moreover, there are only a few people capable of wielding the power of blessing in the first place. Most important of all, the Death Knights would be at a very unfair disadvantage when against a demon king that is not an undead. The Death Knights are capable of overwhelming the undead due to the affinity the two share and their knowledge pertaining to the extermination of the undead. Though the Death Knights possess abundant powers and are capable of commanding said powers to utilize skills far surpassing humans, the power of blessing is finite and it has little to no effect on the living. That said, they would still fare much better than an average mercenary, but they would not be able to defeat a genuine non-human monster in the blink of an eye. Apart from the abundant knowledge of her master Epei, his mighty and wide-ranged attack called Soul Release, would still not be able to harm a single fly. In the past, when clashing with demon kings was not prohibited, many Death Knights threw themselves into the war, resulting in far too many deaths. As a result, there was a delay in dealing with several powerful necromancers. There was a time when the order itself came close to being wiped out of existence. The first thing Senri and her fellow knights were taught in the order: do not intervene. No matter how dire a situation may be. It was simply too reckless for a few people to try and face off against a huge army of a demon king. An exception could be made if a powerful undead was affiliated with a demon king's army. The undead are foes of the Death Knights. In such situations, a number of units would be mobilized in an effort to exterminate it. This time, however, the demon king Raynal does not fall under that exception. Senri is not bound by the code as she has half a foot out of the order right now, but she is well aware of the limit of her capabilities. A second-order knight though she may be, she is still one person. There is no way she could wipe out an entire demon king's army by herself. During her stay in the city, Senri gathered information from odd places, and felt she had to do the bare minimum by healing wounded soldiers. The location of the demon king's base had already been established. They had brazenly set up camp out in the open, in the middle of a mountain in clear view. Demon King Raynal is up that mountain. And it was also highly likely that End, who disappeared along with Oliver, was also up there. The undead are evaluated in two ways among demon kings. They are either abhorred or their strength is put to good use. Considering the demon king in question already has a werewolf as his subordinate, it would not be too strange to assume that he would try to recruit End as well. I intended to wait. However, the fact that there has not been any news so far is likely because something has occurred. I was worried. This is the longest we have been apart since we began to travel together. I am sure End also feels as uneasy as me. End may be a powerful undead, but his heart still remains human. I have prepared everything necessary for our journey. The ogres and lizard men had been blessed with strong physical abilities, but they do not possess any special powers. Even the other challengers only picked different weapons and all chose to fight me head-on. There were no mages among the challengers. That is most likely due to the fact that their civilization has only allowed the progression of individuals blessed with good physique and strong physical abilities. It was only natural that I could rise up as the victor given that I have gained different kinds of abilities owing to the power of the curse. According to the information that I had obtained beforehand, the man-eater is known to be cunning. If their strength comes second only to the demon king, there is no doubt that they do not have just brute strength to their name. Does the opponent know anything about me? Are they wary of me? Looks like they have not had anyone challenge them in a while, so I would like to think that they would be a little careless at the beginning. I made a few light stretches, waiting for my opponent to arrive. Just then, I heard a short yell from Monica, who was spectating from far away. Ah! A short sound fell onto my ears. However, I could not evade it in time. I had intended to not let my guard down, but that attack was completely unanticipated. The attack from above slammed my body against the ground. And, my body went up in flames. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 72, Man-Eater, 2. Those flames were jet black. I'm hot. My body, my flesh is burning. I understand what happened. I fell prey to a surprise attack. The constant and indescribable pain and heat erodes my body and mind. This is a duel. This is a one-on-one duel. Other soldiers are watching too. I didn't expect to get ambushed even before I came face to face with my opponent. I didn't intend to do it either. I was naive. I was taking Man-Eater too lightly. No, that's not it. This is not a matter of taking them lightly. Man-Eater turned out to be more of a scum than I expected. It would be one thing if we were enemies, but ambushing me before I even showed hostility towards them is just unbelievable. Even the actions of that lizard man, Selzard, when he attacked me out of nowhere, was more understandable than this. He had a killing intent. However, this time, Maneater has ambushed me for their own benefits despite recognizing me as their opponent in the duel for the spoils of war. I hear a voice. I can't recognize the words, but I understand that it's ridiculing me. Darkness spreads before my eyes. I can't tell my left from right. My senses are delayed. Sadness, fear, anger, I'm being overwhelmed by all sorts of feelings. However, what I strongly remembered as I lay face down, were the words Senri taught me. It's hard to kill the vampire that's already dead. Neither flames, nor ice or lightning work against them. The second death is hard to come for those that are already dead. Magic doesn't work on vampires who possess strong mana. Fire magic, healing magic, mind control and even necromancy, they all have little to no effect on me. And finally, curses don't work on vampires born from the strong curses. A curse is both similar and very different from magic. It's a high-risk high-reward. One cannot receive several curses. The stronger one overwrites the previous curse. The curse of the undead, which fundamentally violates this world's rules, is the strongest curse amongst the numerous types of curses. Therefore, curses don't work on vampires. That's right. The only things that can enforce death on me are the blessing and the sunlight. I won't let Maneater kill me just like this. I already used all sorts of methods to survive. Even if what happened to Lord and Albertus was their own fault, I was the reason why Rue died and why Senri's life took a big turn. My soul isn't light enough to be destroyed with just this much. I still haven't been able to repay Senri. I have already decided that if I have to die, I'd rather die by Senri's hands. My eyesight, that was shrouded in darkness, slowly returned to normal. The pain that was eating into my skin, my flesh, gradually subsided. I took a deep breath and put more strength into my numbed arm. A hoarse voice came from above me. This time I could fully understand what it was saying. It was a human language, but the one speaking wasn't a human. I'm not sure why, but I can clearly declare this even just from the voice. Nu, to think that, somebody, who could be exposed to my cursed flames and still move, would exist, and here I thought you were just a death-seeking fool who didn't know his place, amuse me well, living dead. Actually, I gathered information, like usual, from Oliver and other members of the Demon King's army. That's why I also know the true identity of Maneater. I didn't hear about him launching a surprise attack before the duel even started though. It is a phantom with a face that looks like a human. It possesses the body like a lion and has a long tail covered in poisonous stings. Its crimson fur doesn't take damage from most swords and arrows and its attacks are powerful enough to crush the earth. I staggeringly stood up and glared at the Maneater for the first time. Manticore. That is the true identity of this phantom beast. I smell the strong scent of death. Kukuku, I don't even feel the desire to eat you. A wrinkled, hideous face flashed me a deep smile. Something cold ran down my spine. The appearance of a human head on the body of a beast was eerie in all respects. He looked way more like a monster than me with my human appearance. Death Knights really ought to hunt Manticore over me. Maneater's body is smaller than Albertus but bigger than me. His face is human and I can sense intelligence from his voice, but there is no chance to negotiate with him. My vampire instincts are screaming at me that the animal before me is my enemy. Kill him, they appeal to me, bestow death to the Maneater who dared to attack you. I ignore them and slowly check my condition. The newly refurbished coat is in tatters after taking a hit from those cursed flames. It barely avoided burning down, but its previous cool look is nowhere to be found. The magic belt and the dagger are in a worse condition. The dagger completely melted away and the belt has also burnt down. Normal flames wouldn't have this kind of effect. Should I be happy that my body is fine? I was even thinking of showing it off to Senri, but it has already been ruined. I lift up the longsword that barely survived because I instinctually let it go. The audience is in uproar. The flames of anger are smoldering deep in my mind. I'm well aware that losing my calm would be foolish. I'll admit that I was overconfident. Even if I was really not expecting to be attacked, it's my mistake that I ended up caught off guard. But I'll make him regret it. I'll make this cowardly phantom beast regret that he destroyed my favorite item, that he tried to kill me. Maneater narrowed his blazing crimson eyes. Even after looking at the giant sword that looked more like a lump of metal, he showed no signs of concern. He had the dignity of the strong. I'm surprised. You were hit with the cursed flames, that wouldn't go out until it burnt out, but it had no effect on you. How abominable. Killing was supposed to be not allowed, but Maneater obviously tried to kill me. I'll kill you. Every one of you, who'll try to kill me, I won't leave you alive. I'll eliminate all the obstacles. Everybody hates Maneater. It shouldn't be a problem if I accidentally kill him. The only abominable thing here is you. I didn't respond. There was no reason to wait for the starting signal. The battle had already begun. I strongly kick off the ground while holding the longsword. My aim is, his head. I'll accidentally stick this lump of iron in his head. I closed in on him with a single step. My opponent is a phantom beast walking on all fours. I don't know how strong he is, but I should be better at making tight turns. Maneater's eyes open wide. I can see sharp fangs growing from his slightly opened mouth. And, I shield myself with the long sword against something that comes flying at me suddenly. A short sound echoes continuously. A dull impact is transmitted to me. It's a needle. He threw poisonous needles from his tail at me. Maneater roars. I can feel strong, not before seeing irritation from his voice. So you can, block this too. It's not like I blocked it with the help of my kinetic vision. I asked around about Maneater's abilities beforehand. Cursed flames, and sharp claws and fangs. A long tail that attacks like a whip and poisonous needles, that will render you unconscious with a single hit. On top of that, the fact that he's capable of using human speech means that he can cast spells, he can even use the systematic magic created by humans and demons. He's a phantom beast that's strong against orthodox fighters. I couldn't imagine him doing something this cowardly. The poison needles flying from the tip of his tail are pretty fast, but still not fast enough for me to have trouble avoiding them. However, his tail that bends like a whip doesn't let me read their trajectory. I use the long sword to block the ones he aims at my body with the force strong enough to crush the ground by holding it before me. A heavy impact is transmitted to me. I stand firm, but I'm still being pushed back. Our weights are too different. If I lose my footing even for a bit, I'll be blown away immediately. The tail also follows up without a moment's delay before I take the next action. Its trajectory is complicated, and from the looks of it, Maneater is using his tail as a third hand. It's not just his power. He's strong. He has no gaps to attack. A blow from his claws deeply digs into the ground and the sword that fends off the whip creaks. I'm a vampire so I can block his attacks, but the power and speed of each hit isn't something that ordinary humans can withstand. He's truly on another level from other members of this Demon King's army I've fought ever since coming here. A hoarse voice, reminiscent of an old man's, lets out a loud laugh. What's wrong, vampire? Is this all the King of the Night is capable of? TSK. This is bad. At this rate the situation will just worsen. I can't win if I don't go on offense. He's not as powerful and fast as Albertus. His durability isn't as good as him either. Maneater is a phantom beast, but there's intelligence in the way he fights. You could even say that Albertus was too violent. I'll deal a finishing blow before he gauges out the extent of my abilities. I know how to fight with the beasts. It would be hard to stop his front legs. My aim is his tail. The frequency at which the man-eater is shooting his poisonous needles at me has fallen. I suspect he can't shoot them indefinitely. Poison doesn't work on me because my body is already dead. Since the poison doesn't work, the needles he keeps throwing at me don't do much damage. A flowing, continuous attack. I somehow endure man-eater's momentum-driven attacks and look for an opportunity. My chance came soon. Man-eater's scorpion-like tail swung flexibly. My kinetic vision clearly caught its movement, here. No matter how well he can manipulate it, there's no way he can take back the tail he swung with all his might. I'll pull out that annoying, bald tail. New. I show half my body from behind the sword that I was using to hide myself. I resolve myself and kick off the ground, then I stretch out my left hand and grab the tip of the bent tail, just below the poison needles that grow all over it. Shock runs through my palm, but since the tail has yet to build its momentum, it's not much of a problem. And the moment I tried to pull it out with all my might, something exploded before my eyes. I react reflexively. I cover my head with my left hand. Burning pain spreads through my whole arm and then, instantaneously it disappears. My field of vision rotates greatly and I crush into the ground with great force. I try to get on defense and get up, but I stagger. My body feels light. The left hand I was using to shield my head has disappeared. The surroundings were shrouded in the stench of burning flesh. My right arm is full of holes, as if it's been eaten by worms. It's the needles. The places where the needles stuck are melting. I understood this a bit too late. The tip of the needle tail exploded and countless needles flew at me. An unpleasant heat covers my chin. I lift my right hand that's about to tear off and look at its condition. The lower half of my face is gone. I couldn't shield it well enough with my left hand. I momentarily checked my body. Perhaps because the needles that chaotically flew at me stuck in, some parts of my body have melted down, leaving a giant hole. The long sword is rolling on the ground. The sword that was supposed to be bigger than me is bending in a strange way. Not even half of its original size is left. It can even melt metal, it's a corrosive poison. This is obviously not the first hit I got. The tail, that threw all that needles on me, is once again fully coated. Man-eater himself should have been hit by his own needles too, but there are no injuries on his body. I realized his actual threat level a bit too late and got seized with horror. Man-eater is a monster. It's a phantom beast that goes beyond common sense. It's truly levels higher than a regular magical beast. Perhaps my legs are also ridden with holes, as I rapidly collapse on the ground. Shit, this is bad. I'll lose. I'll be killed. I desperately scold my body, but even an immortal undead is helpless when he doesn't have a body. Looking at the pathetic way I fall, Man-eater says as if exasperated. So, you're still conscious, huh? Living Dead is a name truly well chosen. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 73, Man-eater, 3. I feel the rugged ground with my whole body. Its coldness is being transferred to me. I turn my face down and slightly shake my body. My brain is a mess. I desperately keep my calm despite the black emotions that swirl in my mind like a muddy stream. Kukuku, what's wrong? Are you done already, vampire? I don't move. I keep down, as if I'm dead. It's not that I can't move. I still have some power. I just lack the physical means to move. I haven't lost yet. I can survive. I encourage my dispirited heart and look for a chance to win. Normally, poison doesn't work on the body of the undead. Neither a paralytic poison nor a hypnotic poison. Even a deadly poison that can instantly kill living beings with a single drop does not have any effect. Whatever man-eater threw at me was closer to a digestive juice or an acid than poison. It's something that can physically melt an object. My arm that was hit with his needles was instantly numbed and disappeared. I suspect that this poison is quite toxic. How truly terrifyingly wicked. If he has enough power to melt a lump of iron, there's no use in protecting my head with an iron helmet. This is completely impossible to defend against for the first-timer. I wonder if Senri could deal with this. Defeating him from a long distance away might be the best solution. It's the means of attack I cannot use. The pain is already beyond my consciousness. When I close my eyes and concentrate, I can feel this strange poison progressively eat into my body. It's melting my meat little by little. Until now, I have lost my body several times. The first time was when I was left as just a head, but I'm already used to the feeling of my body regenerating. The damage caused by the poison is slowly surpassing the vampire's regeneration ability. The arena is quiet. Man-Eater's voice reverberates. How shameful of those under the command of Demon King Reno, to be defeated by a demon of this level. His voice isn't scolding anybody. It is mocking everyone who lost to me. I ignore him and concentrate more. Power is swirling within me. It's the power I got from drinking Senri's blood. I continue thinking while feeling the power. Man-Eater is shouting something, but his screams don't reach my ears anymore. I have always felt this faintly, but there are probably two types of vampire powers. The negative energy that accumulates by killing living beings and the power acquired from sucking blood. The former is the power that has become my base. It was because of that power that I was able to survive only as a head after I ran out of blood power, and it has probably become the foundation of my physical and survival abilities. Senri has previously said that vampires that are overwhelmed by their urges to drink blood would gouge out their own heart and die, but the reason why they even have enough strength to gouge out their hearts even without having to drink blood is because of this power. Also, negative energy usually doesn't get consumed. Then, what exactly is the latter power? The power obtained by drinking blood, I call it blood power for convenience, but if I understand it right, it's the power that helps me utilize my vampire powers. My power is greatly strengthened by the blood power. The reason I was able to use enormous power the moment I sucked Senri's blood was probably because the ability of blood boosted my physical abilities. In addition, every time I use Sharp Claw, Sharp Fang, and Silhouette, I feel like I'm using that power. And, above all, the regeneration ability probably also depends on the blood power. When I was sentenced to the solar penalty, my regenerative ability didn't work. I stayed as a head until I received blood from Senri. That was probably because I had exhausted the blood power after being played with by Neville. No, it was probably the solar penalty that made me deplete blood power and exposed me to the sunlight. What's important here is that unlike the negative energy, the blood power can probably be controlled. You can't move a muscle, huh? You're still a mere former human. I doubt you will be any use to Lord Raynal. I will put you out of your misery. The ground shakes. Footsteps are coming closer. Right now, Man-Eater has his guard down. I stayed still as a corpse to save as much time as possible. Now that I'm missing my body, I can feel that the blood power circulating around my body is concentrated around my wounds. The movement of the power that is hard to grasp usually because my wounds heal instantly, has become clear after my regeneration ability and the poison started to clash, with the former losing, with each other. Man-Eater is approaching me probably because I still haven't disappeared yet. Technically, I should have melted down after being hit with the poison, but I'm still fine. It's very slight, but there is a smell of fear mixed with the strong animal stench of Man-Eater. Despite boasting about his combat techniques before others, he's afraid on the inside. At this moment, I suddenly realized. Man-Eater is most likely a coward like me. That's why he ambushed me. That's why he bragged about his power. That's why he's afraid of retaliation despite overpowering me so much and is trying to kill me. When I think about this, I feel a strong sympathy towards him. But I will not forgive you. I already knew the way to control my power. I was always using it unconsciously. Now I just have to use it consciously. There's no reason I would fail. In the same way I use Sharp Claw and Silhouette, I concentrate the blood power circulating through my whole body on my wounds. Chills ran through my body. This is probably the side effects of the power that's usually filling my body being used up. But, in exchange, my wounds start to heat up and tremble. I prop myself up with my arms and get up. This is the way vampires fight, something that Senri couldn't teach me. My melted body has already healed up. The several big holes that riddled my body just a while ago, the limbs that I had lost completely, and even my jaw were back to their previous state, as if the damage I took before was a lie. The regenerative ability that was enhanced by the blood power caught up to the corrosion of the poison and overpowered it. The surroundings that had become quiet turned noisy again. Maneater's footsteps stop. The sky is dark. Moon isn't out. The blood power is greatly reduced because I dedicate a lot of it to regeneration, but I'm not scared. I feel chills. But, a killing intent much stronger than that is swirling inside my brain. Yeah, I feel like shit. I glare at Maneater. I'll kill him. I'll calmly kill this beast that threatens my survival. Shit. Yeah. Lord hasn't come out ye. T. Maneater. Tisk. Yeah, those eyes, those red eyes that burn like flames, are also the same as mine. Maneater moves back without saying anything. His tail warps greatly like a whip. Yeah, you would do that. Indeed, if the man you had supposedly killed, if the man with melted limbs and the jaw suddenly stood up, you wouldn't go forward even if you had a high chance of killing him by following up attacks. If I was in Maneater's place, I would do the same. On the other hand, the action I take is not to attack, but to instead activate Sharp Claw. I can't believe in anything anymore. I won't believe in anything anymore, not the iron longsword, not the magic cloak. There are some observers around who have weapons with them, but I don't feel like borrowing those. The only thing I can believe in is my body. After pouring power in it, the claw grows and sharpens like a knife. After it grows around 10 centimeters as usual, I pour in more power. After I mutated into a ghoul, I researched this power. 10 centimeters was the limit to how long it could stretch. The Undead Encyclopedia also said that the ghouls had the ability to stretch their claws like knives. But, right now I'm not a ghoul. I'm a vampire, even if I'm just lesser. The power I can use is different from that time. I feel the sensation as if I've crashed into a wall, but I ignore it and keep concentrating my power. I hear the sound of something snapping. My arm makes a creaking sound. I don't feel pain. I only feel itchy. The boundary between my fingers disappears as my skin turns white and hard, and grows sharp. Maneater's wicked face distorts and he takes a step back. A few seconds later, my right arm turned into a sword. No, maybe a spear is a better term for it. It is 1 meter long. This white and hardened object looked far more vicious after its change than the original sharp claw. Is this a bone? I feel satisfied. This is a vampire's bone. I'm sure it's much harder than a steel longsword. I've exhausted a lot of power, but this is pretty good for my first try. Maneater roars. Countless poison needles fly at me from the tail he swings towards me. I clear away those with the sword I had just created on my right arm. A hard sound echoes. The needles are flicked away and pierce the ground. My newly attained sword is still unblemished. Are those the types of needles that need to pierce the target to inject poison, or have I overcome the poison's effectiveness by surpassing its corrosion? I'm a bit curious, but well, that's not too important right now. I'm no narcissist, but my body really is the best. Yeah, that's right. This is it. If it's this long, I can chop off that ugly tail. This is a bit inconvenient though, since I lost my fingers. Well, it'll grow back when I turn into a dog and I'm sure I can revert it back too. In the worst case, I'll just have to cut off my arm. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 74, Man-Eater, 4. Impudent. Living dead. Man-Eater roars as if trying to intimidate me. His fighting spirit doesn't waver even slightly despite having his trump card, the poison needles, repelled. No, it's not like he's not wavering. I can understand his thoughts well. He can't afford to waver. The reason why the Man-Eater maintained his place as the number 2 of this demon lord's army despite using cowardly means was because he was strong. Man-Eater is a coward and therefore he cannot retreat. If he moves aside now, he will lose his authority. On the other hand, I don't have as much strength to spare as I appear to. Still, my reach has become longer since I've changed my arm into a blade and I have a strong regeneration ability, giving me enough leeway. Man-Eater stomps on the ground and rushes towards me. He has a large build. His strength is probably equal or greater than mine. It will be hard to block his ramming attack that has all his body weight behind it. He has sharp claws too, and the tail that he uses as his third arm. But, his charge is less scary than Albertus, who didn't care about the damage he would receive at all. I step back and wave the blade on my hand. The thick, sharp and pointed blade that extends from my right arm is the only one I have unlike the sharp claw, but it's very thick. I'm sure it can even pierce a manticore's sturdy fur. Man-Eater gets closer. Hatred and slight fear is rippling in his crimson eyes. His slightly open jaw is lined with sharp fangs that can easily crush human bones. The bone blade and the claws collide with great impact. A heavy impact is being transmitted to me. Man-Eater opens his mouth wide before me. The next moment, the black flames that burnt my body the first time blaze up before my eyes. The cursed flames lick my body. The pitch-black flames, as dark as the night, completely hide Man-Eater. A meaningless roar shakes the world. Are you that scared of me? However, by that time, I had already jumped sideways. Cursed flame didn't do any harm to me, it just grazed my nose. I lived as a dog for a long while until just recently. I have personally experienced the weakness of four-legged animals. Before me is Man-Eater's defenseless body. Man-Eater's weakness is his inability to make small turns. In addition, his field of vision is also considerably smaller than humans. His charge is powerful, but if you avoid it, he greatly exposes his weakness. He could have made a turn if he stepped in with force, but this is something that you can't do without starting moving with that course of action in mind. Looks like Man-Eater didn't intend to trample me. No, maybe the cursed flame is also harmful for him. I dive in before he realizes that he had been evaded. I skillfully use my right arm to properly repel the tail and the poison needles that are swung down on me from the upper right side and I kick his torso with all my might. Man-Eater's giant body, several times larger than me, flies in the air. I feel the sensation as if I have hit something hard. A hard impact rises from the tips of my toes and runs up my spine. I feel incomprehensible pleasure, but I ignore it and kick off the ground for a follow-up attack. While in mid-air, Man-Eater's eyes take in my figure. He adjusts his posture greatly and gets ready to land on the ground. He's sturdy. My regeneration ability is better, but Man-Eater wins in defensive power. Even a kick that would rupture an ordinary magical beast's body doesn't do much damage to him. Everything, his skin, flesh and bones, is just built differently. But it's not like he takes no damage. Every living being has a weak point, my aim is his head. If the head doesn't work, I'll aim for his neck. If the neck doesn't work, I'll kill him until he dies. I aim for his landing. The power has turned into heat and is circulating my body. Right now my body temperature must be as high as a human's. Poison needles fly at me. I use the blade on my right arm to completely fend off those thick and long needles that are scattered widely. What a one-trick pony. It might have worked if I were a human, but with vampires' kinetic vision, as long as I know that they're coming, I won't miss them. Oh, right. I'll cut off his troublesome tail just as I declared earlier. The moment I swung the blade with all my might, I lost all strength in my body. It was a far too sudden change. I lost strength in my limbs and fell forward. It was a sensation I had felt before. I looked at the ground. And at the same time, shock, as if I was dismembered, ran through my whole body. My body flew high up in the sky and I slammed into the ground head first. The bones in my neck broke and my point of view turned in a strange direction. Maneater's voice echoed from the sky. Oh. Did you think that you, a mere dead, who has only died once, can beat me, who has eaten 10,000 people? The damage is not a problem. But still, what a troublesome beast. Strong, intelligent, cowardly and cautious. I can't let him go against Senri even if by chance. Now I want to kill him more than before. I already understand the trick of why I suddenly lost all strength. It's actually something that I already thought was somehow a possibility. The thing that entered my field of vision right before I was blown away. It was water flowing on the ground. Vampires can't cross flowing water. They lose strength if they're on it and their various vampire abilities are nullified. My neck is already healed. I get up and once again change my regenerated right hand into a blade. Still, you plan to fight. You do not seem stupid enough to not see the difference in our strengths, foolish dead. The place where Maneater is standing. The ground is shining brightly with him in the center. It's so small that it's very hard to see in the dark, but it is flowing water. It's spreading more and more little by little. It's magic. He's creating flowing water with magic. It must be much easier than changing water into arrows and shooting them towards me. I did think that something would definitely appear after he experienced a hit on his weak spot, but I see, this is a pretty effective anti-vampire strategy. Although something of this scale is just a stopgap. This is exactly why I wanted to learn magic. In the end, I didn't have an aptitude for any element, but it was still sufficient. Maneater was waiting for me to enter his territory. I kick the ground without reservation and chant a spell I haven't mastered yet. I can only use everyday magic that was written in the basic grimoire Senri found. I can't really use it for attack. It only gives me some drinking water, creates some fuel, dries wet things. Originally, as its name suggests, it is magic that slightly improves livelihood, but everything depends on how you use it. Perhaps caught off guard, Maneater's eyes are wide open. But it's already too late. I pass the kill zone without any difficulty and swing the blade with all my might. Maneater immediately sets afloat his body and tries to block me with his forelegs, but my long bone blade digs in the middle of his leg, avoiding his sharp claws. I can feel the sensation of having cut something hard. Maneater rages and flips his body to move back, but I can see a small, dark red pool of blood forming on the ground. It's shallow but I hurt him. I swing my sword with force and send the blood flying. What I used was one of the basic everyday magic, dry. It's magic that's usually used for drying wet laundry. Its target is myself. Magic that was activated extremely efficiently by pouring a vampire's enormous magic power into it, instantly vaporized the small amount of water that was flowing under my feet. It was my first time trying it in real combat, but looks like things went well. It might be better to use this a lot during combat so I don't experience the same thing again. The horror of Maneater's face has grown so much that it could easily be seen even from a distance. I can see it well exactly because he has a somewhat human face. Well, do you have any more plans? Do you want to try creating garlic with your magic next? As my lips naturally pull into a smile, I lunge at man-eater, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. The one-sided battle had left everybody speechless. Before they knew it, the fight had completely reversed. Leaving man-eater's personality aside, his combat abilities were very high, as expected from a phantom beast. Physical abilities, of course, he also possessed many other abilities, and his power was equal to a single army. But Manticore, feared as a horrifying beast, was now being completely pushed back. After breaking through the cursed flames, that wouldn't burn out until its target was completely charred, from the front of all places, N's right arm, that had changed into a blade, shallowly cut into Man-eater's crimson body. Man-eater's face, that was usually arrogant, was right now distorted with fear and despair. Everybody might have hated Man-eater, but nobody would laugh at his current pathetic appearance. His one-shot knockout poison needles definitely melted N's body, and the cursed flames burnt his flesh. Man-eater even broke N's neck bones. However, neither of those turned out to be effective. Oliver shrank down his big body and started to tremble. But, Monica right now couldn't even feel displeasure at that. He should have dealt the finishing blow when he could. When Man-eater melted N's body, he should have followed it up with more attacks instead of showing off his might. The abilities that N was showing right now were different from what Monica had observed until now. She didn't know if he already had them before or if he acquired them in the midst of the combat. Man-eater might have been smart, but whenever the opponent exceeded his expectations, his movements became slower. The needles already no longer hit their target, and the flames didn't work either. While no one couldn't call them serious injuries, his body was still covered all over in wounds. And unlike the vampire, his wounds wouldn't heal right away. Man-eater most likely didn't have any chances to win. But N's attacks didn't show any sign of stopping. His blood-red eyes were shining brightly. He had cornered Man-eater, who was barely fighting back, and was merrily carving away at his body. His attacks were full of strong murderous intent at its max. She did think that he was a bit strange. It was undeniable that she had underestimated him. But, the vampire, turned out to be more frightening beyond her expectations. He was a monster. She shouldn't have set him up with Man-eater. Even if the fight against Man-eater was inevitable, she should have done everything in her powers to postpone it. Man-eater is one of the executives of Reynolds' army, an indispensable persona because of his combat abilities. He couldn't be allowed to be killed for nothing at this kind of place. But the current end looked like if somebody got in to stop him, he'd kill that mediator too. Oliver, go stop him. TSK, asking for, impossible. I stopped him. Didn't I stop him? I'll be killed, if I step in now, I'll be killed. Oliver shook his head at Monica's pleading words. This man was useless when he was actually needed. Now that things had come to this, Monica had no choice but to stop N herself. After all, it was her who had suggested the current fight. Having made up her mind, she waited for the right chance. Unlike Man-eater, Monica's flesh was soft, and unlike the vampire, her regeneration ability wasn't very high either. If she was careless, she'd be killed with Man-eater before she even had a chance to stop anybody. Finally, Man-eater staggered and kneeled. N didn't get overconfident about his power. He silently stepped towards Man-eater and raised his blade high. Here it is. The moment Monica tried to run out and shout, a voice suddenly came from the sky. That's enough. The match has been settled. Both participants, stop. Her heart skipped a beat. All the commotion was stopped by this magnificent voice that almost urged everybody to naturally prostrate themselves. N's blade that was swung down stopped perfectly just before beheading Man-eater. A black mass crossed the moonless dark sky for a moment. It was one of the great demon kings and the strongest warrior in this army. Demon King Reynolds. Monica was so relieved by the appearance of her king that all power left her legs and she sank on the spot. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 75, Corrosion. Even inside the coffin, the black feelings whirling in my brain don't seem to settle down. I desperately take deep breaths inside the darkness, trying to calm myself down. This Demon King's army is the worst. It's unjust. The decisive match between me and Man-Eater was stopped by the intruder, Demon Lord Raynal. Just where was he watching us from? It's pretty far away, but there's a chance that he was observing us from the castle. If he came just 10 seconds later, I would have beheaded Man-Eater, who stabbed me with his poison needles and burnt me with his cursed flames. Still, what a terrible story. He didn't come out when I was on the brink of death, but he immediately came to stop us when Man-Eater got a few scratches. Well, I'm not a member of his army or his ally, but it's still too much. Monica also didn't tell me anything about Man-Eater. Well, she did tell me something, but that information was fatally lacking. As I thought, Senri is the only one I can trust. It's fine. It's fine that I let Man-Eater go. The match was already decided. The next time I go against him, I can definitely kill him. There's no way I'll forgive him. That bastard cannot be trusted. I'll kill him like the scum he is, in an ambush. I'll kill him and immediately forget his existence, as if he was something insignificant. The problem is Demon King Raynal. I can't beat him. In my current state, at the very least. Raynal, who appeared at the battle arena last night, was strong enough to convince me of that, and it only took a single glance. His thick legs that firmly trod on the ground, his giant body and his mane, all shone with a mysterious golden color in the darkness. Demon Lord Raynal is a golden lion. He is the literal and legitimate great king of beasts. He looked like a normal beast. However, his figure far exceeded the physique of Man-Eater and Albertus, rivaling the giant black evil dragon that the Lord summoned at his end. Nevertheless, the moment he landed on the ground, his footsteps were silent. Even I, who was looking at him from close up, couldn't see his true form. His voice was calm and it didn't have the same mocking tone as Man-Eater. He didn't have a human face, but it made one think of his higher intelligence compared to Man-Eater. And above all, the sharp claws on his front legs were made of silver, most likely intended for killing me. It wasn't just ordinary silver. It was holy silver, just like Senri's sword. It was made of the expensive and rare blessed metal, that was created in order to cut through everything wicked. It was a vampire-slaying metal that would completely seal away my regeneration ability. With that kind of physique, it would be hard to avoid his attacks. Albertus wasn't armed. Man-Eater didn't use a silver weapon either. I have no chance to win, as I have only now started to learn how to use my power. If I'm alone, that is. But, I'll kill him. Demon Lord Raynal turned his eyes towards me, wounded from my fight with Man-Eater, and laughed. "And Baron, you have done well, at defeating my subordinate, Man-Eater, Hebron. Your strength is truly commendable." His voice made it obvious that he was aware of his overwhelming superiority. He didn't even consider me as an enemy. And he was most likely right. As a king, he must be able to discern the difference in strength between himself and others. Hebron must also be reflecting. "I want to officially welcome you into my army. I shall give you the reward you desire once Romberg is conquered." Zeal of beasts was contained in his eyes. Although his words were in the form of a proposal, his voice had the pressure that made one unable to refuse. Who knows what would have become of me if I didn't nod then? His voice was trying to bind me. It was belittling my life. That voice was the voice one used for somebody beneath them. That guy is my enemy. I will kill him. Conflict gives birth to more conflict and strong grudges. I'm not happy, but it can't be helped. Demon King Raynal, Man-Eater, and this unpleasant army, I'll kill them all flawlessly enough so that all my grudges disappear. I might be a coward, but I'm more spiteful than anybody. I will never forget the humiliation I have tasted, skull and crossbones. I feel a presence approaching. A quiet knock comes from the lid of the coffin. It's Monica's smell. I also smell Oliver nearby. It must be night again, I guess. By this time, the feelings circling my brain had already settled down to some extent. It's just a little better, but right now I can even greet Maneater with a smile if I meet him outside. I open the coffin and get up. Monica, who's dressed in loose-fitting clothes as usual, says with a slightly trembling voice. Oliver is shrinking into himself nearby. Good morning. How are you feeling today, Lord End? How I'm feeling? Just the worst. My fight with Maneater gave me a lot of things, but I lost some things too. The cool equipment that I wanted Senri to complement, and my pride. I also used blood power many times for multiple large-scale regeneration, so my power is also close to exhaustion. If we're talking in terms of losses and gains, I've gained more because I learned how to use my power, but I feel the worst. But I deliberately answer with a calm voice. Well, not bad. My deepest apologies for the happenings of last night. However, while this might sound like an excuse, Oliver and I did not doubt that you would be victorious, Lord End. It's okay, that's a done matter. Besides, it's not a big deal. Yeah, it's okay. The wounds heal. The only thing that doesn't heal is the wound in one's heart. Keeping calm is what's most important. I wouldn't be able to defeat the Lord if I lost my calm. I wouldn't be able to defeat Albertus either. That's why I will act the same this time too. I see Monica relax her shoulders in relief. Oliver lifts the box behind him and quietly puts it in front of me. Looking at him like this, he really looks like an ordinary dog rather than a wolf. I have chosen a few items at my own discretion, to replace the equipment you had lost last night. It also includes congratulatory gifts for Lord End, who has defeated Maneater and joined our army. There were a lot of items shining with the glimmer of magic in the box. There were also some things that I hadn't seen when I was looking for items in the treasure storage the other day. But, I bet they're softer than my flesh and can't regenerate as well as my body. I'm sure that if I turn into a dog, they'll come off, and if I turn into a giant dog, they'll rip. The items that still remain in my possession are the Lord's relics that are with Senri and the jet black hatchet, Blood Ruler. To start with, magic doesn't work on me. The magical items that improve the wearer's abilities don't work on me either, and I have no need for the items that block offensive magic or curses. I don't even need a sword. It'll be melted by the poison anyway. After all, poison doesn't work on my right arm. I want the kind of clothes that won't come off or tear all the time. It's not like I'm always fighting almost fully naked because I want to. Although disappointed, I chose the black clothes that seemed to be the most durable and the most well-tailored. Monica, who was concerned about me, as I was excitedly choosing an equipment, confirmed in a hurry. Are you sure you do not want anything else? Nobody will complain even if you take all of them. I don't need them. Human items are too fragile. Even inorganic items can't keep up with the endurance of the vampire. But if I live long enough, I'm bound to find an item I'll like. Let's think positively. My time has yet to come. I'm sure there will be both good and bad things, but all will be fine as long as good outweighs the bad. I forcibly convince myself and check with Monica. Well then, now that I've become a member of the Demon King's army, I think that I should find out about this army as much as I can. Who's the most knowledgeable about that kind of stuff? Why yes. If you are wondering about this army, I can probably provide the answer to most of your questions. I see, that's very helpful. I'm honored. Monica smiles faintly for the first time. She must have a high rank in this army, just as I thought. Well, even if she has a high position, it's probably because everybody else is only slightly better than a literal animal, but this is very convenient. Putting everything I didn't need in the box, Monica closes its lid. I stretch my arm and lightly catch her wrist. Monica gives a start and looks at me. It's fine. I will not take them away. I will leave them in the room, so if you happen to change your mind, please feel free to use them at your... No, I don't need those anymore. But, there's something that has yet to be compensated for. Are you, perhaps talking about your weapon? In that case, there are several left in the treasury. Wrong. The weapon is not the thing that needs compensation. That's. Black flames are still smoldering in the corner of my mind. Monica's peace at any price attitude is a bit strange. What's essential now is the replenishment of blood power. I used a lot of blood power in a battle against Maneater. My urge to drink blood is getting stronger because of that. I can still endure it for now, but I see no reason to stop myself. I need to replenish my power as fast as possible. I'm busy. I laugh with tenderness. I'm talking about blood. I used a lot of blood because of you, Monica. I have to make up for it. The change was dramatic. Monica had a stupefied look for a second, but soon enough her eyes opened wide and blood drained from her face. Her wrist, that I was holding, was pulled back strongly, but I didn't let go. She must take responsibility. It's not because of compassion that I didn't drink Monica's blood until now. I just didn't have a justification, a legitimate excuse of sorts. But right now, I'm ready to make all of the Demon King's army into my enemy, and I even got in trouble because Monica didn't give me information about Maneater. Please do not jest. If you need blood, we have the prisoners. They don't suit my taste. I want to suck the nutritious blood of a succubus. Lord End, I am not a succubus. Monica says with a quivering voice and points at her loose-fitting clothes by looking down. She has a voluptuous body, and when she had her wings out, she was wearing revealing clothes, so maybe I misunderstood something. Oh, is that so? Well, whatever. I've already made up my mind. I will drink your blood. Right now. I promised Senri that I wouldn't drink blood from any human other than her, but now that I think about it, Monica's not human, so it's okay, right? Did you think that I had forgiven you? Well, you're wrong. I'm still angry. I thought of Monica as an ally, but I was betrayed. I'm really irritated. This also serves as a punishment. Monica desperately tries to move away, but a vampire's physical strength is stronger than the physical strength of a demon. In a small pleading voice, Monica offers a slightly off-point resistance. Lord End, your stomach. If you drink my dirty blood, it will definitely upset your stomach. Have mercy, please have mercy. The sweet smell, reminiscent of an overripe fruit, jolts my brain. It's been a long time since I last sucked blood. I'll take my sweet time while drinking her blood. She seems to be familiar with vampires, and she's probably sturdier than humans. Why don't I ask her to teach me the right way to suck blood? She could escape if she cut off her arm, but Monica didn't look like she would do it. How pathetic, when I almost got fully melted down because of her. I strongly pulled on her arm and dragged the struggling Monica inside the coffin. It was made to be a little wide so it had enough space for 2 people. As I was pressing Monica down with only my left hand, I glared at Oliver, who was trembling in the corner of the room. Voice, so cold that it even surprised me, came from my mouth. Oliver, I'm going to eat. Keep watch so nobody disturbs me. If anybody comes, make up an excuse and send them away. If you get in my way, I'll kill you. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 76, Corrosion, 2. The blood-sucking for vampires is about more than just drinking blood. The reason why demons like us, with various fearsome abilities like superhuman strength, regeneration and shape-shifting into a bat, wolf or mist, although I can't do this yet, are called blood-sucking demons instead of mist demons or wolf demons, is most likely because that's the power that the common people are the most afraid of. As far as I have felt from sucking Senri's blood many times after I've become a vampire, the act of blood-sucking is more than a means of replenishing energy. It is also a reproductive act that gives strong pleasure to me and the other person, a means of communication and also the violation of the soul. The anecdotes about pitiful people who have had their blood sucked by vampires and become enchanted by them have existed in all times and places. By sucking her blood, I have come to understand Senri well. When I drank Alberta's blood, for a moment I even felt like I was reliving her life. Senri and Albertus showed little to no visible change after having their blood sucked, but that's because they are humans with extremely strong mental fortitude, and not because that's normal. It's only natural that Monica is afraid of having her blood sucked by me. She is smart. And therefore, she knows that she is not strong enough to resist me. 3 bites. That's all it took me to win her over. From my understanding, fiends are generally stronger than humans, but looks like that doesn't apply to mental strength. The first bite was still followed by a strong resistance. By the second bite, the resistance suddenly weakened, and by the third bite, she had already given in, turning into a pitiful being, who only twisted her body and asked for mercy. Monica is a useful teaching tool for me to correctly measure my strength. I can't always take her with me. I am Senri's ally, and Monica is her enemy. But even without that, I still wouldn't take her in. It's because that would be meaningless. Monica is too weak. If Monica had any worth, it would be as food. That's why, I should have bitten her with gratitude that she gave me an excuse to do it herself. Monica's skin and flesh were very soft, and her blood was as greatly delicious as I had imagined from its smell. Senri's blood was also delicious. But Monica's blood had the concentrated sweetness that felt like it would get caught in the back of my throat. The viscosity of her blood was the same as humans, but its taste reminded me of the jam made from sweet fruits. I shut off Monica's resistance by forcefully holding her down inside the dark coffin, hugged her twitching voluptuous body and took my time slowly sucking her blood. A fiend's body is pretty much no different from a human's. She is plumper than Senri, but that's probably just their individual difference. The sweet smell that got stronger each time I licked her skin and drank blood, and her skin, that was damp with excitement and pleasure, wasn't any different either. And with regard to her blood, there also wasn't much difference. Hugging her throbbing body hard enough to strangle her and sucking blood gave me the utmost pleasure. But the pleasure Monica was feeling was most likely much stronger than mine. The pleasure vampires felt was most likely closely related to death. The pleasure born from the fusion of the fear of death and sexual satisfaction is something you can't easily experience if you're alive. My only miscalculation was that Monica lied. "Ha, you liar, it's not cursed." I whispered to Monica, whose body is twitching from having her blood slowly sucked, with breaks, and experiencing unending slow pleasure. Monica's blood was quite delectable, but cursed steel didn't get activated. Well, I didn't really expect much from the start anyway, but I guess having cursed blood was her excuse to avoid having her blood sucked. To start with, the only curses I can absorb are the ones that have been placed from the outside. Fiends are born that way, it's not like they have been cursed by anybody. However, I'm in a good mood because of blood that I haven't drank in a good while. I haven't been able to replenish my power like I did after drinking Senri's and Alberta's blood, but a fiend's blood is still able to help me recover some of it. Maybe appearance played a role in it too. That's why, I spoke while sliding my tongue on Monica's neck and carefully searching for the next place to bite. Ultimately I'm going to bite everywhere I can, but I don't want to suck Monica dry, so I need to make a choice. Hey, Monica, it's bad to lie. Aren't you going to apologize? Ah. You, Kate, please, forgive me. I'm sorry. I am sorry. Please have mercy, Lord, and, please, forgive me, please, forgive me. Breathless, Monica tearfully apologizes. The clothes that completely covered her body have already been torn by my claws, creating deep slits all over her. I unhesitatingly cling to her, skin to skin, restraining her. I was thinking that now that I finally had a chance I would do things that I couldn't do to Senri. Unfortunately, I can't have a so-called intercourse with her. It's because I don't have that function yet as a lesser vampire. If I try hard enough, I can do it artificially, but I'm only interested in sucking blood and I don't want to do things that aren't fun for me. The next thing I need to do is collect information. Monica most likely carefully selected the information she gave me. She would be adjusting the information so it wouldn't become disadvantageous for the Demon King's army while observing me. But right now, it would be a problem if she hid information from me. I have to save the captured Death Knight, kill both Maneater and Raynal and stop the attack on Romberg while I'm at it. It's my first time interrogating somebody, but in Monica's current absent-minded state even a beginner like me could get decent results. It's a little exciting. Drinking Monica's blood and seeing her writhe in pleasure, I feel truly blessed to be a vampire. I feel a bit reluctant, but since I've already bit Monica, there's no meaning in hiding my rebellious thoughts. The time limit is also approaching. Given her personality, it wouldn't be strange if Senri came after me. The situation is becoming strained. Well, if in the worst case, I failed, I can just leave everything and run away. The emotional knots will remain, but while there is life, there is hope. Everything will be fine as long as I and Senri survive. It's my first time, so there's no problem even if I fail. Let's take it easy. Let's have a fun interrogation. I sink the tips of my fangs in Monica's neck only by a few centimeters, and whisper straightforwardly. Monica, tell me Demon King Raynal's weakness from your point of view. Ah. Ha, ha. Ha. The twitching stops for a second. A befuddled voice resounds. Looks like Monica's soul hasn't fully submitted. Good. Very good. It wouldn't be as rewarding otherwise. The night is still long, and even if the morning came, in this coffin, where light doesn't reach, I'm invincible. Let's only be careful in not accidentally killing her. Let's talk slowly. So I came up with a very interesting game. While rubbing her soft skin, I say to Monica, who's been trembling from a different thing than pleasure. That's right. I'm not the devil. While you're talking, I won't bite you. Isn't this a special treatment for somebody who's been dragged away by a vampire? While I'm at it, I won't kill you either. Despite my actions, I'm still a man who keeps his promises, so you can trust me. Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. Monica's upper lip was very stiff. In order to gain information, I had to lovingly bite her stomach, chest and thighs. In the end, after being overwhelmed by the strong pleasure and writhing with fear she had never experienced before, Monica talked. Demon King Raynal, toughened by numerous battles, the Game Lion King. His true identity is the lion magical beast and dragon hybrid. There is a race called Dragonuta, a demi-human race known as the strongest, who also have dragon blood, and Raynal is a magical beast version of that. Dragons never copulate with magical beasts to start with, so his existence can even be called miraculous. His extraordinarily giant body might be the result of his dragon blood. His golden fur outdoes Maneater's body and his claws slash through the castle walls like it's a piece of paper. His strength even surpasses those of the dragon race, and while he apparently might not be able to use breath, one of the reasons that make dragons a threat, there's no way of knowing if that's actually true either. Apparently, if there's anybody who can wound Raynal in this army, it's the army's number 2, Maneater. If the words of half-conscious Monica are true, Raynal has no obvious weakness unlike vampires. If I want to defeat that Demon King, I either have to outperform him with pure power or set him up. However, something more interesting than Raynal's strength is the fact that he is classified as a pure living being rather than a demonic creature. For example, Monica, who's a fiend, is a demonic being, therefore, silver and holy water are her weaknesses. Oliver, who's a werewolf, is also of a demonic nature, and I, as an undead, am the same. A demonic being is a darkness-aligned entity that's weak to silver. Simply put, it's a general term for cursed beings. It might have various other definitions, but right now I don't care about semantics. The important part is that because Raynal is a living being, he can arm himself with holy silver. Oliver, Monica and I are weak to silver, so fundamentally we can't use silver weapons. What the implication of this is, however. I kept my word. After she finished talking, I sucked Monica's blood to the limit, but the rank up didn't happen. If I ranked up and I got my hands on the vampire abilities, I might have been able to fight Raynal head on, but, well, it can't be helped. I have no choice but to fight him with what I have. I get up from the coffin and take in the precious fresh air. Turns out I was too concentrated on sucking blood. The crimson light is now shining through the gaps of the window. Is it evening? It's a bit early for a vampire, but it's not bad. Inside the coffin, Monica is sleeping as though she is dead with tattered clothes wrapped around her body. Perhaps noticing that I had woken up, Oliver quickly got before me and prostrated himself. He reverently gave me the clothes I chose yesterday. Was Oliver perhaps actually keeping watch all this time like I told him to? Gee, good morning. Here's your clothing, Lord End. I speechlessly accept the clothes. Well, I don't mind being paid respect, but Oliver's reverence is not towards me, but towards the vampires. I can't trust him. Well, I have to do what I need to do before meeting Senri. My first target has already been decided. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 77, Corrosion, 3. At first, there was only a single strange lion. The oldest scenery in his memories was a sacred mountain devoid of life and his roaring self at its summit. The powerful dragon blood flowing in his body made Raynal aloof. By the time he had become self-aware, there was nobody except for the praise around him. It wasn't until after a while that he found out that lion magical beasts lived in packs. The trigger was the lone demon king that had wandered into Raynal's territory. It was probably the weakest of all demon kings. Raynal ripped apart the intruder who violated the borders of his territory. And he became the new demon king. This was a title for someone who ruled over those that were not human. Weak monsters gathered under the powerful. The only thing needed was overwhelming power. For Raynal, who was born a king, creating his own pack was pretty much instinctual, and eventually, Demon King Raynal became one of the major forces. Now that his family had become much bigger, it was impossible to keep the pack alive just by protecting their territory. The pack already was so big that Raynal alone was unable to look after all of them. Next, he had to create a country. Conquering the fortified city, Romberg, was the first step towards that goal. But more than that, Raynal was thirsting to fight somebody strong. The dragon race was a species that became bigger the longer they lived. Raynal, who was their descendant, also grew stronger with each year. He hadn't experienced a battle where he had to go all out in a long while. When was the last time that he had a desperate battle? Maybe when he fought a powerful magical beast, man-eater Hebram, or perhaps when he went against Oliver. Still, even then, Raynal wasn't seriously wounded. One day, even the challengers disappeared. The Death Knights in Romberg couldn't reach him either. At this rate, even if he got stronger, his soul would rot away. That vampire was the first promising fighter in a good while. Truly wonderful. He beat the number 2 of the army, Man-Eater, who was always greedy for victory. His power, will and even his growth potential was outstanding. And his eyes, shining like blood, those were the same eyes his archenemy used to look at him with a long time ago. Right now, he was still weaker than Raynal, but that man would definitely challenge him in a not-too-distant future. It was said that demon kings, who had taken vampires as their subordinates, would be targeted by Death Knights. But that was also fine. Raynal was a king. He stood on top of everything that had a connection to the demons. Therefore, he would pride himself in his power and take on all challenges. As long as End Baron was here, taking over Romberg would be just a matter of time. The more power Raynal gained, the stronger the enemies. The greater the swarm of humans and demon kings that would challenge him. Just by thinking about it, he was tingling with excitement. His rotting fighting instincts were thrilled. The time had come. Although they couldn't cut off the supply route, they obtained something more valuable. Stagnation wouldn't be allowed for Raynol's army. They would crush Romberg as soon as possible. They would destroy that nuisance of a wall, trample down the city and continue forward, beyond its border. A rugged castle standing on the mountainside. Deep inside, as he was repressing his overwhelming emotions with the chilly air of the night, a shadow appeared, mixed in with the darkness. It didn't have a presence. Nor a smell, or sound. Raynal growled quietly at the petite figure wearing a crimson cloak. The shadow was a guest. It looked like a human, but it was something else. A nauseating smell of blood suddenly assaulted Raynal. That person's skin was sickly white, with no signs of vitality. Their hair was red and was glossy, as if it had been wet. It looked androgynous. Raynal couldn't discern a person's age or sex from their faces, but the guest smelled like a woman. Her corpse scent was hidden by the strong smell of blood. Perhaps vampires were those kinds of creatures. The woman was a messenger from another demon king. She was a retainer of the State King, one of the most powerful forces even within the many demon kings. Their army was made of abominable undead. While they weren't Demon King Raynal's ally, they weren't his enemy either. That demon king's territory was far away. Their retainer was sent to observe the situation and, depending on the situation, to join hands. The woman slightly opened her mouth. Her voice, which had been unimpressed ever since she arrived in Raynal's army, was now quivering, albeit slightly. There is no mistake, he's a vampire, and a true vampire at that. Unbelievable, there was still somebody like him who didn't align with any group. Aren't there plenty of those under your king, Sable? Raynal wasn't the only one watching Maneater's duel. Somebody, who didn't have even a sliver of interest in the powerful magical beast, Manticore, was now trembling with excitement. Her original purpose was to check on Oliver the werewolf that was created by a certain vampire, but that matter seemed to have already flown out of her mind. Demon King Raynal, we shall transfer a certain part of our army to you. An army made up of 10 4th-ranked werewolves, and 5th and 6th-ranked werewolves, all 200 of them faithful to the king. What do you want in exchange? He already knew the answer, but Raynal still asked in a small voice. The vampire, named Sable, answered immediately. Her eyes were shining quietly. In exchange, we'll take that vampire. Raynal rose up slightly. The tips of his sharp claws, made of holy silver, scraped the floor. Indeed, the werewolves were powerful. They were powerful and few in numbers. If he had an army of 200 that could transform into humans, taking over Romberg would be an easy matter. However, it was out of the question. He had no intention of going along with the negotiation ever since the beginning. Raynal didn't allow her into his territory just so he could give her somebody he fancied. He looked down on the shadow that was much smaller than himself. Get lost. Before my claws pierce your body. TSK, you're just a slightly unique beast. As Sable clicked her tongue, Raynal swung down his 4 feet. The silver claws, the weakness of the vampires that he had specifically made, cut her body diagonally without giving her enough time to evade, and following its course, pierced the castle's floor. The whole castle trembled from the power of a lion with the dragon's blood flowing through his veins. However, he didn't feel any resistance. Sable, who he definitely tore to pieces, was a few meters away, standing near the window. Neither her cloak, nor her slender body had as little as a scratch on them. The vampire's abilities were bottomless. Even after having Raynal's piercing gaze on her, Sable's expression remained the same. She may have been wrapped in a strong smell of blood, but perhaps there was actually no blood circulating in her body. You will regret refusing this deal. Make me. Sable's expression strongly distorts. And almost at the same time, her body burst forth. Inside the darkness, countless bats flew away, squeaking. This swarm, dense enough for each member to bump into each other, went out of the window as if they were competing with each other. Eventually, there were none left. What a crafty power. I'll rip you to pieces one day. He could chase her, but she didn't have any intentions of properly fighting against him. Even if he went after her, she'd just keep running away. That would dampen all his excitement. Right now, he didn't have enough time to mind a single outsider vampire. As he stood up, Demon King Raynal roared loudly. It shook the air, shook the castle and spread to all the troops that had been positioned on the mountain. Roars came back to answer him. Well then, the time has come. Sharpen your claws and polish your fangs. Show the humans, show the retainer of the Stake King, who came to scrutinize Raynal's army, your might. Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. It was easy to hide in the darkness. Nobody saw me and nobody seemed to have noticed my presence either. Silhouette's strength lies not just in erasure of sounds and smells, but also the concealment of visual signs. If you pour more blood power into it, you'll be able to deceive the sensitive five senses of the magical beasts and move like the shadows. It doesn't last for long, but for the time being, that's not big of a deal. My mind is hot. I can feel my combat instinct stirring up. Perhaps I drank a lot of blood, or it's because I've been too stressed lately. There would be no problem if this was just a matter of my mood, but I must not allow my ego to be taken over by the instincts of a vampire. It's fine during the battle, but when everything is over, I must return to my original self. For the time being, there is nobody in this army that could defeat me. While they may be big in numbers, that is of no significance to vampires. Just as I expected, the only ones I have to look out for are Demon King Raynal and Maneater. If we're talking about abilities, Oliver seems to also be strong, but he's unstable enough that he could come to my side depending on how I act. Don't really need him though. The problem is Raynal. His physical abilities are most likely stronger than Albertus, and since I haven't seen him in a battle, he's unfathomable. If I want to kill that game lion, I will need outside help. The power to pierce through his fur and wound him. Maneater's house is close to the castle, in a mountain cave. Two annoyed-looking ogres were guarding the misshapen wooden door. The door was obviously made in a rush. It was just a few random wooden planks casually put together, full of gaps, not even fulfilling its significance as a door. There was a strong smell of caution leaking from the gaps along with the air. The door was obviously a countermeasure against me. Vampires cannot enter other people's houses unless they're invited in. I bet Maneater thought that the cave where he always spent the night in didn't fit the requirements of a house, so he hurriedly made the door. He is right though. My instincts are whispering to me that I shouldn't enter this so-called house. As expected, that guy's, I think the Demon King called him Hebron, a shrewd magical beast. I assume he also doesn't use guards usually. The ogres looked obviously dissatisfied. Looks like I'm hated a lot. Did he perhaps think that I would ambush him as revenge? As I hid in the shadow of a tree and licked my lips, I decided to think about how I would request his help. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 78, Corrosion, 4. Del Gordon, the third-class Death Knight held captive, had his eyes closed in an effort to scan his surroundings. Almost a month had passed since he had been caught. During the time, Del received all of the scornful looks pretending to be emancipated. All members of the Death Knights are humans. The blessing dwelling in their bodies grants them superhuman powers. The power of blessing that he had almost exhausted when he was strung up in the prison, had already been replenished. He was in a rather malnourished state owing to no proper food given to him, but it was nothing new as he has had to go without food or water while on missions before, not to mention there are techniques followed by the Death Knights that use the power of blessing to forcibly move one's own body when it is unable to do so. His hands and feet were bound by chains of a special make, and even the physical strength of Death Knights that enabled them to break through steel did not work on the chains. However, the same could not be said for the wall they were connected to. At present, with my power replenished, I can break the chains, wrench the bars open and make a run for it. The iron balls attached to my legs are a bit of an issue, but with my strength enhanced through blessing, it should barely pose an impediment. Raynal's army is taking Death Knights too lightly. The only reason I pretended to have grown weak and had not broken out sooner was because I was waiting for the right opportunity. The army of the Demon King Raynal had surpassed Romberg in terms of military strength. Romberg was in danger of being crushed by the mighty existence that is Raynal's army, which had grown considerably in size and strength of each individual member. The only reason that city had survived thus far was due to the strong outer wall that had taken years to build. Nevertheless, its strength was on the decline owing to all the abuse it had endured over the years. There was no other way to save the city but by defeating Demon King Raynal. Once he falls, his army would be reduced to no more than a swarm of beasts. Hence, even the soldiers stationed in Romberg should be able to take care of them. He never thought he would be a match for them by himself. And yet, he still had to challenge them. Romberg was Dell's hometown. He did not have too many happy memories of the place. Romberg is a stronghold. Majority of its residents make a living through their swords, and it is a rough town to grow up in. His family was no more. Even old acquaintances have probably long forgotten about him, who left town after being picked up by the Order. That said, he was still born and raised there. Several of the battle techniques ingrained in Dell were ones he once learned from the soldiers of this land. This is all fate, Dell thought. It was probably no coincidence that had brought about Dell's visit to Romberg, which had been pushed to a precarious state after being exposed to fierce attacks from the Demon King's army. Dell was strong right now. It was the strength he had fostered through fierce battles against beings of darkness. His fellow knights had tried to stop him. He had been admonished by his master who had looked after him all along. With power comes responsibility. It was by code that the Order never involved itself in battles against demon kings. The Death Knights used their strength only to fight beings of darkness. However, Dell refused to submit. And after seeing how determined he was, his fellow knights gave up on holding him back. As to what the Order would do if he were to break the code and intervene. He would not be excommunicated. Nor would they try to stop him against his will. The right answer is, they would turn a blind eye. This is Dell's battle. And the Order would respect that. They would not provide him with manpower, nor would they try to stop him. Exert your strength to accomplish your will. Heroes are that kind of people. He did not think the Order had treated him poorly. For it was simply him being willful. No one would come to the rescue. His fellow knights had already departed Romberg. If Dell were to not return, he would probably be considered missing in action. It was his good fortune that had kept him alive, but it was not in the least convenient to have become a prisoner. Raynal is a gigantic demon king. He has a tough body which is said to have deflected a shot from a catapult, also immune to power of blessing. He is completely different from all the opponents Dell has faced thus far. Even the Death Knights might find it difficult to win if they take him head-on. Besides, when it is a large army one is facing against, the level of difficulty simply shoots up. Dell may have had a small victory in getting captured and placed among the troops. He could probably find a suitable spot to launch a surprise attack. Even if defeating Raynal may not be possible, he might be able to take out a few of the top brass. Right around then is when the circumstances changed. The behavior of Dell's guards was stranger than usual. And, that appeared. It had the appearance of a young man. Its energy was suppressed but Dell could tell. In front of him was, a being of darkness. The enemy of the Order, a powerful undead, the archenemy of all things living, a vampire. Considering it had made its way all the way over here, it must be a guest of the Demon King Raynal. How foolish of him, thought Dell. The undead loathe all living beings, be it humans or even their own kind. When evolved into a vampire, they grow intelligent and are less driven to blindly follow their instincts to prey on any living beings they come across, but it does not make them any less dangerous. That said, this might not be bad news to Dell. If an undead were to join their ranks, Demon King Raynal would become an enemy of the order. Once they receive a report of this, they would swear on their dignity as Death Knights to bring down Demon King Raynal at all costs. The code was also meant to serve as a warning to discourage Demon Kings from ever associating with powerful undead. By letting in a foreign body, an undead, the army was thrown into chaos. Just as how the undead prey on the living instinctively avoids the undead. It takes time to get used to the death energy they radiate. I shall carry out my plan tomorrow, when the vampire cannot make a move, and the guards exchange shifts. As I held my breath, circulating the blessing around my body in an effort to improve my condition even if by a little, I suddenly felt a chill down my spine. I slightly raised my head and put strength into my arms, ready to break out of my chains at any time. I donned on armor made with the power of blessing that I had kept on the reserve. The warning bells went off in my head. A strong aura of darkness was approaching. The ogre guards seemed to have not noticed it. There was no sound. No scent. It was simply an evil aura closing in. It was not magic. It felt like a skill peculiar to a vampire evolved from a fleshman. Everything was silent. Soft groans escaped the lips of the 3 ogre guards. Their eyes merely grew wide before losing all light the next moment and they collapsed on the ground. Del stared, eyes wide as he got up to his feet. Vampires are monsters, even if Death Knights are equipped to deal with them, they cannot be taken lightly. His body trembled. From excitement. From the shadows emerged a pair of blood-red eyes, veiled by a small curtain of hair, peering at him. The skin that appeared to be dyed dark, returned to its original color as if by a wave of corrosion. The monster's appearance remained the same, but it felt a whole lot more daunting than before. For a moment, Del even forgot the Demon King, his original target. Even for him, who held no particular grudge towards vampires, it was apparent that this monster before him had to be killed no matter what. As Del glared at him silently without masking his murderous intent, the monster spoke. I'm going to kill Raynal. I'll let you out of here. Work with me. Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. I killed too many. I am burning up. My vision keeps flickering. My head is practically on fire. I take a deep breath to regain my composure. The origin of the heat is probably my vampire instincts. It is also the reason why vampires are considered fearsome monsters. As I am still a lesser vampire, my instincts should not be as developed, however, it is furious as a fire or a storm, and a few moments seem to be necessary to completely shut it down. Though I had just had my fill, my throat felt totally parched. I had made a mistake. I messed up the order of execution. Before drinking Monica's blood, I should have invented an excuse to look for Senri. I would have kept my cool if Senri had been by my side. It is incredibly easy to let my impulses control me, but that would only take me one step closer to becoming a monster. Even if I had caught them off guard, having taken out 3 ogres in an instant only proves how powerful I had become. It is going to be touch and go from here on out. I grabbed on the iron bars, yanked it out of place and threw it aside. I stepped into the cell that was now open wide. Despite my gracious attempt to save him, the Death Knight glared at me, murderously. Slender body covered in wounds. Strong-willed pair of brown eyes. He was clad in an armor of blessing in an effort to keep me at arm's length. However, as I am now, I could most likely punch him through the armor and all. My vampire instincts screamed at me to kill the man in front of me. But I cannot do that. Even if he looks upon me with killing intent, I cannot respond in kind. As long as Senri places her trust in me, I cannot betray her. I want to knock myself down for thinking, that before Senri got here, should free the Death Knight, take down Raynal and ask for her blood as reward. The Death Knight said nothing. However, I proceed to clear things up. Ah. I understand your reluctance. I don't really want to do this either. But the enemy of my enemy is an ally, right? We can put off trying to kill each other until after. Reynol's pretty strong, and to be honest, I might be in over my head by myself. And the same goes for you too probably. I do not really expect us to become real allies. That is obviously impossible. That is why, I shall point him towards a different target. This Death Knight was caught after a strife with Reynol's army. So, it stands to reason that Reynol should be his target. The iron balls on his legs spelled nuisance. I grabbed onto the huge chains and lifted it up. As I was about to pull on it with both hands, it suddenly dawned on me. Ah, damn it, it's not the full moon today. This was a mistake. If I decide to strike back, it is best to wait for the full moon day on which I am at my strongest. I would have normally realized that way earlier, but it looks like I was thirstier than I had imagined. I put all my strength into it. The chains seemed to have been custom made, for they were pretty sturdy, but after pulling on them with all my might, I heard a snap. I heard an even louder sound escape my arms, followed by a dull throb, but I ignored it. After wrestling with it for some time, the chains made a dull sound and popped out of my hands. The Death Knight said softly, "There should be a key." Ah, you're right. I didn't think of that. Shit. My instincts screamed at me to use my strength. My reason was being corroded. I am in a very excited state right now. You could even call it impatience. I felt as if I had been sunk under water for a few years. I patted down a dead guard to find a bunch of keys that I threw to the Death Knight. Dreadful. Vampire instincts are completely dreadful. What made it dreadful is that I might not even realize if it merged with my own. I almost wanted to drop everything and take off after coming this far, but I cannot do that. I have taken several risks. The die had already been cast. If I run away right now, it will turn into a habit. And it is not the kind of freedom I seek. The Death Knight got to his feet. He was more built and blessed with a better physique than me, who had grown taller after becoming a lesser vampire. Even though he was supposed to have been bound for long, he did not look unsteady on his feet. What possessed Reynol's army to capture a Death Knight of all people? Should I call that daring or foolish? I would have killed him instead had I been their position. The Death Knight spoke. I need a weapon. There's a treasury. You should also get some proper clothes. I may not be one to talk, but it is not right for such a macho man to move around in rags. Well then, before the sun rises and Reynol's army realizes what's up, let us get this over with. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 79.1, Rebellion. Wadash, your. Del Gordon's weapon could be classified as a sturdy sword, unlike the one Senri had. A single swing could cut through the ogres along with their armor. His body was overflowing with the power of blessing, and his every muscle was throbbing erratically. His movements were like a storm, and in the blink of an eye, he subdued the 3 demi-humans we accidentally met in the treasury. Del alertly holds the wide sword he found in the treasury. It goes without saying that I'm also somebody he's wary of. Having seen his ferocious way of fighting, I thought, he's not that big of a deal. He's strong. He's certainly strong. Del could defeat most members of Reynol's army, and if we fight one-on-one there is a chance I could lose because of the compatibility between us. But he's too weak for the duty I wanted to give him. If we forget about compatibility for a moment, Del is weaker than me. A long time has passed ever since my tag with Senri at the waterside. My strength right now is different from what it was back then. If we tested our strength one-on-one, I'll definitely come out victorious over Del, who has been strengthened by the blessing. Right now, I can instantly slay demi-humans like Del, and while I'm at it, I can do it fast enough to not even give them a chance to make a sound. I didn't expect that much from him, but this is definitely not enough to defeat Reynol. I wanted to use him to distract Reynol, but it's doubtful whether he'll even be useful for that. That beast is definitely very strong. His overwhelming power meant that no small tricks could work on him. He is probably a bad match for Senri too. Even if I used explosions to destroy the castle, that Demon King still wouldn't die. Or perhaps, could Senri's photon delete, the skill that blew away the Lord's evil dragon, defeat him? Well, that would be the last resort. If possible, I want to finish everything before Senri arrives. Del seems to be extremely motivated, but he doesn't seem to intend to take on the whole army by himself. I suppose my betrayal hasn't been exposed yet. I leave the other prisoners alone, leave the treasury before Del and check the surroundings. The camp is much noisier than usual. Black smoke is rising from the direction of the mountain. An obviously non-human voice enters my ears. There's an intruder. Don't let him escape. I suppress my whispering instincts telling me to fight with reason. The high-ranked demi-human warriors of Raynol's army are passing me in a hurry. I see them off expressionlessly. Some of them are surprised at my appearance, but perhaps they have seen my fight with Man-Eater, as nobody tries to attack me. The fight was just 2 days ago. It's not a full moon yet, so I don't think Demon King Raynol could imagine that I would make my moves so fast. From here on, it's the race against time. I don't know the structure of Raynol's castle. I did hear about it from Monica, but I don't have a map. Fortunately, the castle is very close to the treasury. Demon King Raynol is the strongest in this army. He's different from a human king. The castle shouldn't be very heavily guarded, and what little guards there were present should have gone towards the source of the fire. I make sure that nobody is paying attention to us while we are running towards the castle. Del, who has covered himself with a heavy coat, follows after me. Don't tell me you don't have a plan. A plan is useless against that thing. The words Del spat out sounded exasperated. If I was in his position, I would think the same thing too. However, while it cannot be said that the current rebellion is unrelated to my personal feelings, some things have been properly planned out. I thought about quietly taking out the small flies from the inside, but in the end, it's meaningless if I don't defeat Raynol. I don't have time for it either. Raynol is planning to attack Romberg soon. We must strike before he is done with the preparations. Why is a vampire like you protecting a human city? Romberg is your enemy. I have my own circumstances. Just like how you have yours. Del doesn't know that I'm allied with a Death Knight. I don't intend to tell him either. This matter is complicated. My actions are carried out because of my personal feelings, because of Senri, and because of the merchant group that gave me sweets. I can say for sure that protecting the city or risking my life is not my intention at all. However, I could never imagine that undead like me would end up working together with a Death Knight other than Senri. Even when we're like this, the Death Knight is still trying to see through my actions. I went out of my way to save, so you better work well to repay me. Don't betray me during the decisive battle. TSK. I don't remember asking for your help. Looks like getting along well is not an option here. Raynol's castle is made of smooth stone. I wonder if it was made with magic. I go inside through the unguarded wide-open entrance. Del follows after me stealthily. There's a bestial smell in the air. It's the unforgettable familiar odor, the scent of Demon King Raynol. It seems to be coming from far above. No, wait. I can smell the faint smell of Senri mixed with the horrible stench of Raynol's army. It's coming from behind me from the foot of the mountain. It's still far away, but she's definitely heading towards me. Did she come to pick me up? Now I have even more reasons to hurry up. At this moment, I heard a familiar voice from the back of the castle. And, why are you in the castle? Selzard. Who appeared from the front was the lizard-man warrior that landed a heavy blow to me on my first day in the army. Selzard. Lizard-men, impossible to differentiate from each other except for their weapons, were bustling behind his towering, large body. I instinctively clicked my tongue without showing it on my face. Selzard and his underlings were fully armed. He was holding a long spear, wearing a helmet that's been tailored for his body and glaring, then again, I can't really read the emotions of lizard men, at me. I opened a giant hole in his body just the other day, but he seems to be doing fine. I can't underestimate the regeneration ability of living beings. Can I kill him? But the reason I was able to so easily open up another hole in Selzard's body was because he had his guard down. This time, while he might not have the strongest warriors with him, they still far outnumber me. He's looking at Del, who's sneakily hiding behind me. I hesitate a bit and try not to put much emotion in my voice. There's an intruder in the camp. You better get moving if you want credit, Selzard. Oh, no wonder it's so noisy. Selzard didn't show any reaction to my words. His nostrils twitched and his eyes rotated. Do lizard men also have a good sense of smell? I smell the cursed flames. That is some troublesome intruder we have on our hands. Then go. If you are loyal, retainer of Lord Raynal, you must go. I first met Selzard outside. He probably doesn't usually come to the castle. Why is he getting in my way at such an important time? Hearing my frustrated voice, Selzard glanced at his underlings and said. Yesterday's fight was truly admirable. Yeah, thanks. Man-Eater was more formidable than the rumor suggested. I only won by chance. If Lord Raynal didn't stop you, you would have killed Man-Eater. No way. I was going to stop at the last minute. After all, killing is forbidden. Even vampires follow the rules. Hurry up and get lost. I don't have enough time to stand here and make small talk with you. Unlike the first time we met, Selzard's eyes are very calm. He's calmly looking at me. I smell something. It's not the scent of fear. What I'm smelling is not the fear, it's the excitement. Selzard hands his trident to his underling and pulls out the sword hanging from his waist. At this moment I finally understood the situation. Selzard hasn't heard any of my words. He had no intentions to listen. But he knew the real reason why I was here. Strictly speaking, it was not just any sword that this lizard man, known to have one of the strongest combat abilities even within the army, pulled out. It was a single-edged sword that shone with silver luster. The sword was made of holy silver. It was Del Gordon's main weapon that we couldn't find in the treasury. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 79.2, Rebellion. The tip of the blade that was meant to exorcise darkness was pointed towards us. His subordinates also held their swords and spears ready. Selzard stuck out his tongue for a second and said in a grating voice. You're late, End Baron. I have been, waiting. How did you know? There was no way he could find out. Oliver is watching over Monica, and while I might have made a few detours, I came here without taking any breaks. In the first place, I only talked with Selzard once. As I stood ready, Selzard said. The cold rage you had, would be impossible to appease otherwise. You got me. I didn't expect somebody that's mostly a lizard to read my course of actions. Am I that easy to read? I guess I am. Even Man-Eater was fully prepared for me. Del readies his rugged sword while still wearing his thick coat. Selzard, I have no grudges against you. You pierced through my heart, and I opened you a new hole. Let's call it a tie. Selzard doesn't respond. I pour blood power in my right arm. My arm makes a creaking sound, and it changes into a white blade. Del gasps after seeing my power for the first time. A weapon made of holy silver, the blade made from sharp claw might be a part of me, but I wonder if it'll still be okay if we clash. Unfortunately, I don't have other weapons with me for a reason. Move, if you don't want to die. I don't want to kill you all like the King of the Night that attacked your hometown. I want to avoid exhausting my powers even by a little bit. I don't need a holy silver sword either. It won't work on Raynal anyway, and if Del gets back his original weapon, he might try to kill me, so I'd actually prefer it to disappear. There was no resentment on Selzard's face. But there also was no hesitation in his answer to my advice to surrender. Lizardmen warriors know no retreat. You guys must have families too. All four. Our king. Selzard roars and his troops spread around. There is readiness to die, conviction, in his eyes. What a pain in the ass. Time is the most important right now, and we're already weaker than Raynal as it is. We don't have time to fight in a place like this. I'm relatively strong. Even if Selzard, who's physically weaker than me, uses a weapon made from holy silver, I won't lose easily. At the very least, it's easy to annihilate Selzard's underlings. I do like him better than Maneater because he doesn't use cheap tricks, but if he's insistent in getting in my way, I won't hesitate to kill him. You might not care, but your underlings will die in vain. Wouldn't it be better if you at least let your allies escape? At that point, Selzard's underlings attacked me from all sides. That's some amazing fighting spirit they have. The fear they showed when I overpowered Selzard on my first day here has completely disappeared. How can they jump at me without any regards for their lives when they have no chances to win is beyond even me with my reputation of being unreasonably stubborn. Is this what it means to be a warrior? Their attacks are sharp and their physical abilities far surpasses that of a human. I avoid the slashes and stabs from all directions by stepping back. If I take them head on, somebody with a small stature like me will be easily blown away. There are too many of them, it's like a wall. Some of them have shields too. While melee is the best I could ask for, Selzard, who's in possession of a weapon that could fatally wound me, is more troublesome. Holy silver deals a lot of damage to demonic beings. That weapon can probably easily cut off my extremely hard, sharp claw. Just when I thought that I got my hands on a good weapon, I already found its weakness. Del, go ahead. I'll take charge here. Wah. I repel the blades with my claw. Each strike is heavy, but they're not on the level of a vampire's power. I can instantly heal any wounds. The only one I have to look out for is Selzard. But this swarm is troublesome for Del. I'm sure he couldn't handle them all alone. Even if he managed to do it, he would probably not escape unscathed. When Monica first told me about Del, she mentioned that he killed 30 elite warriors, but he most likely didn't have to take them on all at once. Besides, a single cut could become fatal for a human. I lightly flicked away the attacks and shouted while moving back. They're only after me. You can get away if you're alone. We don't have time to spare. I'll finish up soon and follow after you. Selzard is looking only at me. I'm sure that even if Del slips through, Selzard wouldn't chase after him. In his mind, a single death knight wouldn't be Raynal's match. And he's trying to kill me at all costs. Did I do something in my fight with Maneater that made him think that way? If you don't hurry up, reinforcement might catch up. If there's an ally nearby, I can't go all out. Go ahead, please. KH. He gnashed his teeth for a moment, but Del ran ahead. He slipped behind the lizard men that were surrounding me. Just as I expected, Selzard didn't even pretend to chase after him. While retreating from the rain of blades and dealing with them forcefully, I asked. Did I do something horrible enough to make you hate me this much? You're wrong. This is respect. You're strong. That's why, I will use all my might to destroy you. Sheesh, why do undead have so many enemies? I click my tongue and go on the offense. I change my left hand into a blade too and push forward with all my might. I repel the blades, the spears, and pierce the lizard man that was guarding his left through his shield. Blades graze my body from all sides, but that's not a problem. Lizard men are like pieces of paper. Perhaps thinking that others wouldn't be able to hold me back. Selzard also joins the offense. It's my first time fighting against a single-edged sword, but it's no different from any other longsword. I evade the beautiful arc-shaped slashes by retreating, Kick the lizard man next to me and take the spear with my left hand that I've changed back into fingers. As expected, lizard men won't use garlic bombs or crosses against me. While the lizard men in front of me are noble, they're far inferior to their master as warriors. I block another slash by swinging the spear. But, as expected, the quality of this weapon is considerably poorer. If I'm careless, its handle might split in half. Selzard shouts. His voice is full of strong fighting spirit. What's wrong? Are you afraid of death? Your friend went ahead. Am I afraid of death, you ask? Of course I'm afraid. But letting my ally go ahead was according to my plan. Even if Selzer didn't appear, I was thinking of making up an excuse to send him ahead. After all, I don't know Demon King Raynol's true power. I know that he's powerful and I've heard stories, but I don't know exactly how powerful he is. I don't plan to die in vain. I needed a touchstone. If the veteran warrior, Del Gordon gets killed in a second, I will gallantly run away. That would mean that it's still early to take on Raynol. Here, I switch over my thoughts. I can't just let him keep talking. I block the silver blade with a newly stolen sword and smile at Selzard. Still, I'm shocked. I didn't expect to fight soldiers who were fully prepared to lose. Selzard doesn't reply. But his agitation is transmitted to me through his blade. I understand it instantly. A swarm of subordinates. A lineup with many shields. A silver sword. At a glance, it looks like they're attacking me with all their might, but this is not a battle formation that's aimed at victory. When you are fighting against a vampire, what you need are elite warriors. Small fries without silver weapons do not pose any threat to me. They're stalling. Selzard is sacrificing his life to buy more time. The fact that Selzard didn't attack until I went on offense is the biggest proof of that. I don't know the definition of a warrior, but blocking somebody's way without any readiness to win or will to survive is insane, to say the least. Are you waiting for the reinforcements? Who are you waiting for? Monica? Oliver? Or perhaps the champion ogre? The number of wounded keeps growing. Their shields and spears break. Blood is splattering everywhere and many warriors fall. But there is not as much as a scratch on my body. My body is hot. The flames of the combat instincts smoldering in my brain course through my body, exciting me. I open my eyes wide and look at Selzard. My fangs itch. I entrust myself to my urges and scream. That's not right, is it? Selzard? The one you're waiting for, the one you called for is Man-Eater. The cowardly beast and the only one who managed to heavily wound me. Selzard doesn't respond. But silence is as good as confirmation. Oh yeah, that beast could definitely kill me. It's because Hebram is smart. He has enough intelligence to analyze why he lost and come up with a countermeasure, and he's cowardly enough to instantly put it in action. That beast is quite similar to me, so he must have felt my killing intent too. Selzard's choice was absolutely correct. It's not easy to seek help from somebody you hated before. If he made a single mistake, that would be. Hebram won't be coming. I already killed him. If you want to kill someone, you must do it before they can do anything. There was no way somebody as fearful as me would leave that terrifying, strong, wise, cowardly and cunning beast alive. I would naturally kill him right away. Our swords clash together. The blades, that haven't been blessed, pierce my body from all sides. The face of Selzard, who has been unresponsive to my words until now, distorts greatly for the first time. I blow slightly towards his protruding chin, a peculiarity to lizard men. Small black sparks mixed with my breath burn his scales. Selzard's eyes open wide in shock. That's the only thing he can do. The black sparks don't go out. The fire magically spreads, enveloping Selzard's head and lighting up his body like a black torch. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 80.1, Rebellion, 2. A curse is a different miracle from magic born from strong sentiment. It's easy to differentiate curses from magic. Magic has a rationale, curse does not. When one has emotions so strong that it even alters their body, they gain power and turns it into a curse. Therefore, mages are afraid of curses that they cannot control. Curses are powerful because they do not have an obvious rationale. They are chaotic because they are born from strong emotions, and they demand a heavy price from their caster. A curse is like a prayer. The difference between the two is whether the feelings put into them are negative or positive. I suspected that Maneater's cursed flame was a byproduct of a curse, just as its name suggested, not long after finishing the battle and returning to Monica's house. And after interrogating Monica, I was convinced. The reason why I took Hebram's flames unguarded was not only because I had underestimated his character, but also because I had never heard that the phantom beast Manticore could spit fire. I was wary of his poison needles, knew that he had claws and fangs, and knew that he could use magic, but I hadn't heard about the flames. It wasn't a normal flame. Vampires have enormous amounts of mana in their body, therefore most magic has no effect on them and ordinary flames wouldn't do much either. I suspected that it was created by a curse, when I noticed that Hebram was armed half-assedly. There was no way Maneater, who had immediately prepared flowing water in the midst of a battle, wouldn't know that silver was the weakness of vampires. And there was also no way that Hebram, who was the number 2 in this army, wouldn't be able to prepare a silver weapon. In fact, Demon King Raynal was equipped with silver claws. Manticore is a phantom beast. It was natural to think that something was wrong when a cowardly beast like him didn't use a silver weapon despite, like Raynal, not being weak to it. What probably happened was that the curse had transformed Hebram. Just like how a silver weapon is my weakness, it was also his weakness. That's why Hebram couldn't use a silver weapon. Surely, the curses transform living beings into demonic beings. Both Oliver and I are weak to silver. And Albertus, who abhorred me and attacked me, also couldn't use a silver weapon. It was easy to steal cursed flame. Maneater was wary of me, but he didn't know that I wasn't a pure vampire. Vampires can't enter houses without being invited, but I, as a lesser vampire, am different. I do get a strong aversive reaction, but that's it. I erased my presence with Silhouette, killed the unenthusiastic guards and snuck inside the cave. I absolutely didn't want to bite somebody of the same sex, but Hebram wasn't a human, so he didn't count. Well, I wouldn't want to feed on him even if he was a female. After all, the difference between male and female beasts is negligible. The cursed flame I stole from Maneater is very powerful. Selzard turned into ashes before he could even scream. The information that Monica gave me, the fact that in this army, only Maneater was capable of dealing damage to Raynal, is understandable. After their leader died, the lizard men surrounding me took a step back. I exhaled with all my might, while still maintaining my alert state. The cursed flame mixed with my breath is much weaker than the one Hebram used. The fact that my mouth is smaller might be one of the reasons, but if this was an ordinary flame, it would be doubtful if it could even light a cigarette. What's more, this ability really makes me hungry. According to the information I got out of him before killing him, the price of the cursed flame is man-eating. Who'd think that Hebram's obsession with monopolizing humans to the point of causing everybody to be disgusted with him also had a reason? If he did not keep consuming humans in large quantities, he would die. That was the price of this cursed flame. Though, I'm already dead, so it probably doesn't matter much for me. The ability, Curse Steel, has been designed very efficiently. The most important part of this ability is that I, its owner, am not just a living being. The price of Albertus' power was to gradually turn into a beast. There had not been any signs of me being corroded yet, but that's probably because of the difference in the fundamental power between humans and vampires. And, the price of cursed flame is death, but I'm already dead. Hebram would burn from the price of the cursed flame, but I won't. One of the lizard men with spears shouted. Surround him. Absolutely don't let him go ahead. You stink of fear, you know. Their movements are less lively now, compared to before. That kind of difference in a situation when they're already inferior in power is fatal. Underdogs need to have an unconditional determination to win. Maneater was also weak during the rematch. If he had fought properly, he might have been able to buy more time, but the battle ended pitifully easily. That might be another reason why vampires with their strong killing instincts are feared by others. After I breathed in shallowly to suppress my rampaging killing instincts, I stepped towards the lizard men that were surrounding me, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. The skirmish ended without much struggle. Some reinforcements came after hearing about the disorder happening, but they weren't worth mentioning. I reaffirmed how to use my new power by using it in an actual fight. Cursed Flame is strong. It might not have a large range or momentum, but it's sufficiently strong. Cursed Flame is a flame that doesn't go out until it burns its target to ash. Its detailed ability is unknown, but considering the personality of Maneater, the creator of this curse, its target is most likely life. Every creature that is hit by those flames, immediately burns and turns into dust regardless of how small the initial spark of the flame is. The problem is the fact that this ability is not invincible. This ability can most likely be resisted. If a curse is a form of demonic power, it won't work on the Order of Death Knights, who can manipulate positive energy, and it will be also less effective against undeads like me, who are the products of stronger curses. And most likely, it will also not work well enough against Raynal. I don't think it won't be effective at all. If Hebram was stronger than Raynal, he wouldn't be content with being number 2 in the first place. Hebram was a cowardly beast, but he also had high self-esteem. Dragons are powerful phantom beasts, and it was said that their bodies are highly resistant to all attacks. It's not hard to imagine that Raynal would also have the same power. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 80.2, Rebellion, 2. I released the captured Death Knight because I had already taken that into account, and since my Cursed Flame was weaker than Hebram's, I would have a tough time in a fight against Raynal. I wanted to increase my power even a little bit before challenging Raynal, but I'm sure that even if I sucked up all the blood from those around me, I wouldn't be able to get more powerful. Considering that I was able to gain some power by sucking blood from Monica, who's not a human, it's very important whether the target of blood-sucking is of the opposite sex. If there was an enemy I could suck blood from, I'd be the first one to attack them, but Monica's the only cute girl in this army. As I was having those thoughts while engaging in escapism, suddenly the castle shook. I could vaguely hear Dell's roar mixed with the sound of destruction. Looks like he charged in without waiting for me. I think he was obviously led in though. Are Death Knights so simple-minded, or should I call them pure? I can't rely on my regeneration ability against an enemy with silver claws. If Dell dies, my chances of winning will become considerably lower. I hurriedly left the castle. According to Monica, Raynal doesn't usually use the entrance. It must be inconvenient to use a human castle with a lion body that big. When I and Maneater were fighting, Raynal also dropped from above. If I look up at the stone castle, I can see an entrance made for Raynal at the very top. Climbing up would be hard for an ordinary human, but it's no tough feat for the current me. As I strongly kick off the ground and jump up a dozen or so meters in one breath, I grabbed the foothold with my hand and got up. The entrance was shaped almost like a balcony, without any windows or doors. The sound came right below me. I used silhouette, hid my presence, and looked down at the throne room. There was a battle reminiscent of a showdown between Senri and the Lord unfolding before my eyes. Hey! Dell swung his iron sword with a loud shout. His body was brimming with the power of blessing that once made me shirk away just by its mere presence. Looks like he was preserving a good chunk of it before this battle. The steel blade shone with the life energy in its slash, while not as graceful as Senri's, was imposing enough, worthy of a hero. No one would have guessed that he was stuck in prison all this time. Its brilliance, shining as if it was burning life, made me step back. That thing's a problem. That blade has been polished in order to kill me. If I'm careless enough to get cut by it, I might be erased with a single slash. However, even after getting hit by it, Rionel remained the same. Raynal wasn't roaring. He wasn't, but I could still feel tremendous pressure. The golden lion was bigger than Albertus, and all humans looked like ants before his imposing appearance. It was regardless of how much they trained themselves. The blows dealt by his silver claws were heavier and sharper than any of the slashes I had seen until now, slashing through the castle walls and the floor like a piece of paper. His 4 feet crushed the floor and was most likely the main reason behind the shaking of the castle. The throne room was already in ruins. I was involuntarily fascinated by their battle. I might be a vampire now, but it seems like I still maintain some admiration towards heroes. Just like I had in the past. I narrow my eyes, observe their movements in detail and look for a chance to strike. Raynal is fast, heavy and powerful. Everything coming from his giant body is an attack, and if he gets serious, he can easily demolish this entire castle. He's not doing anything unusual like Maneater. He has neither the poison needles, nor does he spit fire, but even with just his inborn power, Raynal is strong. Absolutely strong. I can now understand how he subdued Maneater. Del was entirely avoiding Raynal's attacks. He used his sword to repel everything that it could and evaded Raynal's claw attacks. Even after Del's power was boosted with his blessing, he still couldn't match Raynal. And the Death Knight seemed to be well aware of that fact. Monsters and humans. The strength of humans lies in maneuverability. He was using that to his full advantage. His movements were the extension of what Senri had shown me once in a mock battle. He's good. But as expected, he has no chances of winning alone. Del's sword struck Raynal many times, but the latter showed no concern. He might be having problems unleashing his full powers while evading constant attacks, but even if he did slash at Raynal from the front, it would still be considerably hard to kill Raynal. He's just too sturdy. Does he have no weakness? At that moment, an impact assaulted my body suddenly. A terrifying sound shook my whole body with a delay. Raynal roared. It was as if the world had exploded. The castle shook and the walls cracked. While I was confused, Raynal swung his 4 feet down towards Del. Del avoided it. Despite the fact that he should have been subjected to a larger force from that roar than I, Del's expression was very calm. The floor shattered and the castle shook. By that time, Del was already stepping on top of Raynal's 4 feet that had just swung down. Holding the sword with both hands, Del ran. I could see the power of blessing concentrated beneath his feet. I reflexively opened my eyes wide. Claws weren't the only weapons Raynal had. His jaw was big enough to crush Hebram in one bite and was lined with fangs. Running towards it took some steel courage. As he dashed up in a few steps, Del readied the blade with both hands, and he leapt. At this moment I finally realized Del's objective. Raynal's fur was hard enough to repel the sword. His head, protected by his bones, was even stronger. Del's aim was his eyeballs. His objective was the golden eyes that made one shrink themselves when Raynal's gaze laid upon them. If Raynal is a living being, beyond his eyeballs lay his fatal weakness that he would have no possibility to train, or it should be. For Raynal's giant body, Del's sword was probably no different from a tree branch. But that's exactly why the former could aim for his eyeballs. The Demon King stopped his movements. The black blade approached. Raynal narrowed his eyes at its tip and he closed his eyes. I could not believe it. The swung-down blade slid over his eyelid and grandly bounced off. Del lost his footing, he was strongly thrown to the floor and barely managed to land. Raynal slowly opened his eyes. Neither his eyelids nor his eyes had as much as a scratch. Perhaps Dell couldn't put all his strength into it because he didn't have solid footing, but the enemy was, just too sturdy. Here, the Demon King opened his mouth for the first time. A somewhat aged voice resounded in the half-destroyed throne room. Is that all you can do, human? So, the famous Death Knight is just worth that much, huh? You dare challenge me when this is all you are capable of? How foolish. Damn it. He's going to be killed. Raynal hasn't gotten serious yet. Dell might be strong but he's a human. He's exhausted. I've no choice but to go. I'll finish everything with a surprise attack. I'll erase my presence with silhouette, stick to his head and unleash cursed flames from a close distance. I made up my mind instantly and jumped off towards Raynal. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 81.1, Rebellion, 3. Will anyone ever forgive me? Senri would occasionally reminisce about the day when they were ambushed with soul release. Ever since End somehow endured the life-threatening light by sucking Senri's blood, he hasn't cried. He didn't seem to be angry either. End was aloof, but it was obvious to Senri that his attitude came from resignation. Even if I don't attack anybody, I'm sure others will still come to kill me. Even if I run outside of human territory, they will follow me until the end of the earth. Senri couldn't say anything back. After all, his words were true. Her teacher was eager to kill the weak young man in front of her. It was impossible to persuade him anymore. And Ape, the destroyer, wasn't soft enough to let his prey get away. Would her teacher think that he had killed End with his soul release? No, Ape would most likely act with the prerequisite of End being alive until he confirmed End's death. The complete annihilation of the darkness was the reason he had the nickname of Destroyer. I'm scared. Senri. I'm scared of being killed, but the thing I'm most afraid of is losing myself. At this rate, I will become a monster. I'm not strong enough to maintain my humanity even after being hated and attacked by everybody. What's more, I don't want to die even if I become a monster. It was a confession of his true feelings. Those eyes looking at her were blood red, as a proof that they belonged to a monster, but they still retained strong sanity within them. Considering the time that had passed after he revived, this level of sanity was astounding. He had overcome the urge to drink blood many times, making her think that it could be possible for him to maintain his humanity until he died. But, for that, he required a leeway, an ally. Whenever the curse changes someone's appearance, their form would be affected by their true nature. End was lamenting about it, but the white puppy that couldn't be more different from Alberta's transformation, was most likely the embodiment of his inner world. It's okay, no matter who becomes your enemy, I will always be your ally. She had to protect him. Senri once again strongly resolved herself. Even if the whole world became his enemy, she alone would remain his ally otherwise, and would have existed to simply suffer at the hands of the world. Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. This is bad. Looking up at the base of Demon King Raynal's army that was spread out on the mountain, Senri frowned. She had heard about the size of the army. To start with, even if they were called the Demon King's army, each of them were different depending on the Demon King at the top. If the Demon King was present, the whole army would be crammed inside their base. It would be impossible for Senri alone to take on the whole army that could overpower a single city. The sun had already set and only the half-moon was illuminating the mountain. The wind brought with it a strong bestial scent. The camp in the distance was lit with fire, not showing even the slightest intention to hide. But the biggest problem was the strong presence of darkness that she could feel even from a considerable distance from the camp. End was using the power of the night crystal to conceal most of his negative energy. While this method wasn't foolproof, it was enough to make Death Knights unable to sense his presence from some distance away. However, what she was feeling from afar was definitely the sinister aura peculiar to the undead. Moreover, it was far more ominous than End's presence she had felt before. She shouldn't have waited in the city. She should have immediately come to pick him up. Her was repenting a little too late, but this was not the time for regrets. Senri took a small breath, changed the power filling her body into the form of threads and released it. 1,000 light threads of vision. It was an exploration technique that involved expanding one's senses through thinly stretched waves of power to observe the movements within a certain range. It was an advanced technique that lets one know not only the presence of the undead, but also the state of the creatures and the terrain of the area. It used up a lot of energy, so it was hard to use it for examining a wide area. En's presence was coming from the top of the mountain, in the depth of the rugged castle. She felt a beastly presence, Demon King Raynal, near him. Presence of countless demonic beings could be felt in the camp. Some of them could probably fly and some of them could have superior senses of smell and hearing. It would be difficult to head towards the castle while avoiding all of them. But she had no time to wait for that opportunity. As Senri unhesitatingly pulled out the sword from the sheath on her waist, she strengthened her body with the power of blessing. Her body shone lightly with life energy. Wait for me, End. I've come to pick you up. Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. He's huge. He's way too huge. I already knew this since we first met, but this golden-haired Lion King boasted of unparalleled majesty from a short distance. The size of his body and his strength were proportional of each other. Demon King Raynal was truly on another level of existence. And this, another level, couldn't just be filled with hard effort. So, Dell didn't budge an inch in front of a monster like this? I've only now realized how strong third-rank Death Knights are. I was stupid to have thought that he was the weakest from all the knights I had met until now. He might be my enemy, but he's undoubtedly a hero. I'm grateful for the chance to fight alongside a hero, somebody I admired ever since I was on my sickbed. My aspiration. Even if it's temporary. Raynal wasn't wary of me. No, even if he was wary, that a silhouette that concealed one's presence, sound and smell worked the best on magical beasts with keen senses. There are a lot of places to grab on his giant body. I grab his mane and stick to the back of his head. When Raynal does take notice, it would already be too late. As I firmly grab his wire-like mane and take a deep breath, I put all my blood power into cursed flames and exhale. My body trembled, and my field of vision turned over. A strong impact strikes me. The squeaking sound of my flesh and bones being crushed, along with a dull pain that makes it hard to breathe. The bones in my arm broke. Raynal had slammed his body into a wall with all his might. This is okay, it's fine. This is a minor injury. The back of the head is a blind spot. I pour power in my broken fingertips and endure it. It's fine. I won't die just from being crushed. As my field of vision heads up, as my body was once again crushed by another strong impact. My body was lifted up high and Raynal was standing up on his hind legs. He then strongly slams into me with his forelegs. What power! The speed of my regeneration can't keep up with it. No, that's not right. This Demon King is making his move after calculating everything. By the time I realized that, my body was assaulted by the third attack. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 81.2, Rebellion, 3. The air explodes. The sound explosion coming from a short distance finally made me lose my grip and my body was blown away. It's a roar. I should have been ready for it, but I wasn't allowed even a single second to resist. My body slams into the wall and falls on the ground. My broken body starts to regenerate. Raynal didn't follow up his attacks. He was looking down at me while I was regenerating. His field of vision didn't contain Dell. And Baron. Who would have expected that you would turn against me so soon? I have sure been belittled. KH. The effects of cursed flame are null. The black flame that burnt Selzer to death with its sparks is useless. There are no signs of his mane burning. The flame from a curse cannot be extinguished just from rolling around, so this is most likely due to his high resistance. After regenerating, I stood up. I expected this ever since the beginning, but this is going to be a tough fight. To start with, Cursed Flame didn't flare up that much even though I poured all my power into it. Then black sparks scattered. That was it. Do I have to fulfill some kind of condition, or? Del goes around Raynal. However, Raynal keeps looking only at me. It's not as if he doesn't notice Del's movements. He's ignoring him while being fully aware of his actions. Raynal looks at my eyes and laughs. That spirit is good. There is no time for a conversation. Raynal steps in and approaches me. The sense of oppression was as if a wall was approaching me. Raynal has an extraordinarily large body, but his is also amazingly agile. But I was already prepared because I had seen Del's fight beforehand. If the flame didn't work, I'll have to deal with him with a blade. I changed my right arm into a sword and faced the forelegs that were swung down at me. The silver claws weren't pointed at me. I sink the blade into the paw dropping on me. My body creaks under tremendous power, cracks appear on the floor and it shatters. I understand it instinctually. This won't work. I've completely lost in terms of power. At this rate, I'll be crushed. I immediately made a big leap back. The forelegs I had fending off crushed the ground with great force. Raynal lets out a faint groan. Mew, to think that you would be able to wound my body. What a terrifying power. Raynal raised his 4 feet. He was bleeding faintly from the place where the blade had stabbed. Raynal licked that wound and narrowed his eyes. That power is really a pity to let go. Surrender now, End Baron. You still can't beat me yet. No way, is this really it? It was a shock. Sharp Claw had definitely cut into his body, and in addition, Raynal's own might was added on top of it. I look at my right arm. My bone blade is riddled with countless cracks. It's only natural. After all, he can even crush my body. He's strong. Way too strong. So, this is what it means to be the Demon King. I focus the blood power to my right arm and repair the cracks. But it doesn't solve the fundamental problem. He's a monster. As expected, I can't win alone. I glare at Raynal, who's waiting for my reply. But, surrendering? That's out of the question. This Demon King will definitely respect my decision to the fullest. It might have been worth considering if I was alone. But, I have somebody waiting for me. Somebody, who has declared that she would always be my ally. And, Senri's presence is gradually getting closer. Besides, my defeat isn't set in stone. There's a chance that Del is hiding his trump card, and even if my claws can't pierce him, my fangs might break through his thick fur. Or, unlike Del, I might be able to pierce his eyelids. Raynal laughs. Heh, you won't give up, huh? Well then, I will have you entertain me. Thus, the stampede began, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. The swung down holy silver claws easily cut off Sharp Claws. Just having maneuverability isn't much of an advantage. Even without having to compare how strong we are, he can break me into pieces just by slamming into me. He possesses more physical strength and agility than Albertus and is bolder. In addition, contrary to his beastly way of fighting, there is intelligence behind his movements. Raynal didn't block Sharp Claw with his paw again, nor did he give me a chance to attack his eyes. Even if I hid my presence or smell with silhouette, his eyes could always see me. I was made to learn just how terrifying a beast with human intelligence is. He's strong. Compared to the power of the king before me, Man-Eater is almost like a baby. He's basically a living calamity. Any human would only be able to shrink into themselves and tremble in front of this beast. It took me all my powers to take on this storm-like violence. Since I'm against claws made from holy silver, my weakness, I can't fight while relying on my regenerative ability just like before. It's not like I wouldn't be able to heal wounds made by holy silver with blood power, but that would take a lot of time. When that happens, it will be the end of me. Del tries to reduce the attacks directed towards me by attacking Raynal himself, but the latter is concentrated on me. He seems to be trying to kill me, the one who can wound him even just by a little, first, and then getting rid of Del later. I concentrated my power and restored Sharp Claw, more than half of which had been cut off. This weapon is also problematic. Sharp Claw, which was supposed to be harder than iron, had no resistance towards the holy silver claws. It's probably due to it being a curse. I can't block holy silver with Sharp Claw. I thought I'd have to verify it one day, but this is just terrible timing. I can barely see his movements, so I've been avoiding getting cut by the silver claws until now, but my blood power is being sucked dry. If I don't do anything, I'll definitely lose. Despite completely overpowering me, there was no negligence in his eyes. Does he perhaps know some other powerful vampire? Raynal takes a long swing with his right front foot. Getting close to him would be a bad idea. I'll be crushed. My posture. I must at least regain my posture. I try to retreat and bump into something hard. Before I realized it, I had been cornered to the wall. I hurriedly slammed my elbow into the wall to break it, but it was too late. The shining silver light falls on me from above. Oh no! I can't avoid it. The sign of death makes my thoughts slow down. I must avoid having my brain destroyed at all costs. I'll take the hit from the side. I direct the blood power from the top of my shoulders to the bottom. I brace myself for severe pain, and the moment I glare at the claws, a shield of light manifests before me. It's Del. This is a technique used by Death Knights. The wall of light and the claws furiously clash together. Raynal opens his eyes wide. No. There is no vying. The wall of light is like a piece of paper before Raynal's attacks. But, for a very short time, a fleeting moment, his movements stop. That is enough. What lay beyond the destroyed wall is the outside world. Chilly wind strokes my cheeks. I escape from the hole in the wall by falling backwards, and trusting myself to gravity. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 82, Rebellion, 4. I'm completely outmatched. This was the first impression of Del Gordon, the third-class knight, after crossing swords with Demon King Raynal. Their poor affinity and Del's poor condition probably played a part in it too, but more than that, Demon King Raynal the Game Lion, was on another level of existence. Even after Del boosted his physical abilities with the power of blessing and attacked his eyes with all his might, he was unable to even scratch him. Raynal had terrific durability. Generally, it's only natural for Death Knights to win. To that end, they were always prepared, moved as a group and utilized the enemy's weaknesses. However, the Game Lion before him would most likely be hard for Del to beat one-on-one even if he was in perfect condition. He survived the earth-shaking roar with an armor of blessing. He was able to take it. Death Knights learned the technique of receiving first. He understood how to fight against someone stronger than him. But that alone couldn't help him overcome this situation. The vampire fell from the hole in the wall. Raynal didn't chase him and instead glared at Del, who interrupted him. Contained in his gaze was not killing intent. Why are you letting that vampire escape? Aren't Death Knights the enemies of dark beings? Hearing Raynal's inquisitive tone, Del gripped his steel sword again and concentrated to let the blessing spread out on the surface of his body. He couldn't exorcise magical beasts, but the abundant positive energy would become a physical barrier. It could even repel attacks if he let it coat around his body. Though he didn't know how well it could work on somebody as strong as Raynal. He wanted a weapon. The single-edged sword he always used. The weapon made of holy silver was not only highly effective against dark beings, but it was also very suitable for transmitting the blessing. Would he be able to wound the game lion if he had it? Del narrowed his eyes and glared at the Demon King. Death Knights always do their utmost. It wasn't like they had become buddies. If the one here instead of Del was the Death Knight with a grudge against the undead, they might have first killed End and only then confronted Raynal. However, the biggest priority for Del was to defeat Raynal. Therefore, he would do his utmost to achieve this goal. That vampire, the young man by the name End, was a true vampire. An extremely unique and rare specimen that continuously evolved from fleshman to vampire. The vampires, who possess superhuman strength, are prideful to the point of arrogance, and the true vampire that slipped under the radar of Death Knights will keep evolving. They not only have excellent survival ability, but were also extraordinarily more troublesome than the vampires that had been created by others. And, even when cornered, that kind of vampire still would not lose their fighting spirit. The reason why Del helped End was because he thought that it was the shortest way to victory. Raynal was strong, however, thanks to a vampire's exceptional strength, Sharp Claw was slightly, albeit surely, wounding Raynal's body. In that case, it would be better for Del to stick to the role of the bait that he was the most suited for. But, it would be impossible for Raynal to not realize Del's scheme. Raynal turned from the hole in the wall to Del. His claws that he got from God knows where, shone with the glimmer of holy silver and scraped against the floor, sounding bizarre. Very well. Death Knight, show me your strength I have heard so much of. What a terrifying level of self-confidence. Facing the enemy head-on even after understanding everything was truly different from the way puny humans acted. Coming face to face with the tremendous pressure that could crush him just by being in his presence if he relaxed even for a second, Del realized that the king before him wasn't serious at all until now. He concentrated his power in his abdomen, manipulated the meager amount of blessing still coursing through his body and arose it. It was a technique devised by the first-class knight Del was studying under. Del's master was the first-class knight specialized in defense. Naturally, Del's power also gravitated towards defense. He couldn't use this technique perfectly because he was still inadequate at everything, but it was still enough. Heavenly Aurora Garb. The overflowing positive energy filled each of his cells and his body became lighter. His body heated up, as if burning. The steel sword in his hand brimmed with energy and white light gathered around it. He could only keep this state for a short while, but the current Del was as close to being immortal as possible. The Demon King attacked. Making use of the giant physique he was blessed with, his claws easily sliced through steel. Del blocked the claws that were swung down on him, from the front with his steel sword. A dull sound resonated and the claws pierced through, landing onto Del. What a strange technique. Raynal groaned a little and twisted his body. The golden body got close tremendously fast and sent Del flying. Del's body flew high in the air. But, he didn't take any damage. The essence of Heavenly Aurora Robe lay in the energy that usually rapidly spread on his body surface. The power released by overcoming its original limiter was a perfect shield that warded off all sorts of powers. As he was falling, he pointed his sword towards Raynal's defenseless torso. But, just as its tip was about to pierce its target, Raynal stood up on his hind legs and turned himself over. After being hit by the thrust-out 4 feet, Del's body pierced through the wall. He wasn't wounded, but he exhausted a lot of blessing. His blade hit Raynal, but he didn't feel any resistance. It was completely blocked by his flexible and hard fur. Good. This was fine. Del's role was to buy more time. He got up from the rubble. He didn't despair. Del had gained power as the Death Knight for this moment. He roared and jumped towards the powerful Demon King. Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. I fall grandly from several meters high and a strong impact runs through my body. I hit my head hard. However, the only thing in my mind is an urge to kill. I'm only thinking about how to kill Raynal. That was close. I was saved by Del. Now I owe him. I have a reason to go back now. Reynolds didn't chase after me. I only hear the sound of fighting. Is Dell slowing him down? I get up and immediately check my condition. I didn't really get hurt. I'm not tired either. I have some leftover blood power too. But, I still can't beat him. I can't think of a way to kill Reynolds. Should I recruit more allies? Do I take Oliver? No, that's not good. He's useless. He might betray me. Should I look for a weapon? No. My sharp claw was easily cut off by Reynolds' holy silver claws, probably because of the poor affinity between us, but any other steel sword wouldn't be hard enough. Besides, I couldn't find anything stronger than a steel sword in the treasury. Using a weapon that can't even wound Reynolds would be meaningless. I don't have enough attacking power. As expected, it's the cursed flame that I stole from Maneater that's the key. According to the information I got out of Monica, Maneater's cursed flame wounded Reynolds. He couldn't beat Reynolds, but he solidified his status as the number 2 of the army, so that injury probably wasn't minor. What I lack is momentum. The flame is too weak. The sparks that burnt Selzard to a crisp couldn't even roast a single hair on Reynolds' body. I have heard that the scales of the dragons are the best material for armor. It's highly resistant towards magic, blades, impacts and curses. The heroes in fairy tales also sometimes wore armor made from the scales of dragons. I try to use Cursed Flame again with the blood power, but as expected, I can only create sparks. The amount of sparks has somehow increased, but that's it. Despite that, I still got hungry. Don't tell me. I can't use it at full power because I haven't eaten humans. It's not impossible. The price of the curse is to eat a lot of humans. In my case, I'm already dead, so not eating humans won't kill me, but if I can't replace the source of the energy with the blood power, it makes sense that I wouldn't be able to use it. It makes sense, but I can't do anything about it. I can't eat humans. Just drinking their blood wouldn't be fatal for them, so Senri has been letting it go, but if I start to eat humans, I'll completely become the enemy of humanity. I can't complain about being killed. Damn it. What a useless curse. The news about the riot at the castle should have gone around, but there are no signs of reinforcements coming. The lower area is noisy. Did something happen? No, right now I have to think of how to defeat Reynolds. He's powerful, but it's not like he doesn't have a weak spot with his giant body. He's pretty much just a slightly stronger Albertus, that bastard. The sound of the battle is getting more intense. The presence of the mighty light of positive energy is flickering, but it's getting weaker little by little. Looks like he can't use the destruction Senri was using. There's no time. I can't abandon him. He didn't help me to let me escape. He helped me in order to win. I can't rival him in power either. Sharp claws also don't deal much damage to him. Neither magic nor curses have an effect on him. At first glance, this looks hopeless, but... No, wait. At that moment, I came up with a stratagem. The scales of the dragon repel everything. Reynolds' fur should be even better than that, but I can only use everyday life magic and the momentum of the cursed flame is too weak to work on him. But what if I avoid his fur? For example, inside his mouth. There is no fur inside his mouth. Cursed flame won't be put out by the saliva either. I'll burn him from the inside. Reynolds' jaw is lined with sharp fangs, but in my current state, I can still survive with just a head. Reynolds is big enough to swallow me whole. If everything goes well, I should be able to get in. If I avoid his silver claws, I should be able to regenerate right away. Even the Demon King Reynolds, veteran of 100 battles, must not have fought the undead who jumped into his mouth. Even if he swallows me, I should be able to regenerate inside his body. I'm not sure what would happen if my head got crushed though. I furrow my eyebrows and look up at the hole of the wall where I fell from. A half-moon that couldn't be more different than the full moon was climbing up the sky.